video for my daughter. She was back then, I think, 7 years old, so still a little younger than you. But he actually took the time to record this 30-second video for her, to give her a motivation for her life. And what he said is what I say every time as well. What's the most important thing in your life is to hold on to your dream, to not shove it aside, to not say it's a dream, I'm never going to do this anyway, but to actually hold on to it and to try to make it real. That's the most important thing. Whatever that dream is, if it is walking on Mars, be my guest. That's amazing. But whatever it ends up being, don't shove it aside. Don't be like, yeah, but I got to go to work and I got to do this and I got to do that. The side quests are the most important thing in life. The main quest is there to pay the bills. The side quest is there to give you joy, and that's the dreams, and that's what you got to hold on to and work on, and spend a little bit of time every day to advance that. Don't forget about that. That's what I've seen a few of my friends even during their life, they kind of forgot to invest time into their dreams. You should always have time to invest into your dreams. That's what Doug Wheelock told my daughter, and I think that is what I think that's the best advice you can give somebody who's young as you. Always invest time into your dreams. It's very important. Thank you for watching with us. Okay, we have, I'm like I said, I'm trying to say this as these questions as quick as I can. We have Printly Perfect. Yeah, Chris is already laughing because it takes me so much time to answer them. I'm sorry. Printly Perfect. Thank you so much for your super chat. It is much appreciated. Question: how does orbital refueling work in OG? In OG? Oh, in 0G. I'd assume that the propellant just forms blobs in the tanks. Yes, it does. Also, love from England. So lots of love back to England. I love you guys. It's actually rather simple. You use something that's called gravity settling. So you thrust your thrusters, you activate your thrusters, and that creates artificial gravity acting on the fuel inside the tanks. As if you give even your RCS thrusters are enough for that. You just puff a little bit into one direction, and all the propellant will settle in the tanks into one place, and then it'll stay there if you keep it stable and don't touch anything. That's the nice thing about 0G. It'll stay there once settled, and then you can start pumping things around from one starship to the other. So you dock them together, because then you have a lot of movement and it's sloshing around like crazy. You're absolutely right. And when you're done with the docking process, you give a little puff in the one direction, and that makes all the propellant settle on the bottom of the tanks, and then you can start circling around from Starship 1 to Starship 2. That's how that works in a nutshell. It is a little bit more complicated than that, but that's in general how they're going to do it. And I love seeing that vapor from the tank farm there. I really hope they're going to launch today. Okay, we have somebody who is watching every time, and I thank you so much for this, Janine. Every time I see a comment from you on Patreon, every time I see a comment from you under the episodes, I answer it. She's been a fan of What About It for a long time. Thank you so much for watching with us again. Thank you so much for the coffee money for the team. It is much appreciated. Enjoy the show. Still loving Y. Show Felix some love and click like, follow, and join the Y family. Great job, photographers. Hi. She knows what she's talking about because she's been a part of that Y family for a long time. If you become a patron, or if you become a YouTube member, a whole new world opens up for you. We do posts almost every day. You get a picture gallery here, you get the animations from Elliot, you get episodes without ads. You get the whole thing, and almost a post per day. It's very much worth it. We try to make it as much worth it for you as possible, and the most important part about it for us is that it is funding that is separate from everything else. It's more stable. If the fans fund the channel, it's not about a sponsoring on an episode. It's not about the views going up and down each episode. If you look at the views of our videos, you'll see that one does 250,000 views, another one does 600,000 views. That is very hard for us to calculate, because we have things like everybody on the team earns money and their families depend on it, and so on and so forth. And what that fan funding gives us is stability, and that is priceless for the team. So thank you so much for everybody who's crazy enough to fund us doing videos about starships. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you, Janine, for being with us again today. Okay, we have Mr. Drive Mad. Thank you so much for the super chat. SS is about 1,000 cubic meters. One banana is very, very much less. So 1,000 cubic meters plus very, very much less equals 4.3 million bananas. I don't know if you copied that from one of the episodes, but I've actually done this exact calculation before. I wanted to know how many bananas for scale. That is a joke in the spaceflight community. Like you put a little banana next to a rocket model, and that's the banana for scale. And I was wondering how many bananas for scale would actually fit into a Starship payload bay, and that's about what I came up with as well. I wanted to know. So it's a lot of bananas. And the funniest part about it is that SpaceX has actually flown a banana to space before. I think it was, which flight was it? 6, 7? Oh shit, I said it. Oh, and I said that too. Would actually fit into a Starship payload bay, and that's about what I came up with as well. I wanted to know. So it's a lot of bananas. And the funniest part about it is that SpaceX has actually flown a banana to space before. I think it was, which flight was it? 6, 7? Oh shit, I said it. Oh, and I said that too. Would actually fit into a Starship payload bay, and that's about what I came up with as well. I wanted to know. So it's a lot of bananas. And the funniest part about it is that SpaceX has actually flown a banana to space before. I think it was, which flight was it? 6, 7? Oh shit, I said it. Oh, and I said that too. Would actually fit into a Starship payload bay, and that's about what I came up with as well. So it's a lot of bananas. And the funniest part about it is that SpaceX has actually flown a banana to space before. I think it was, which flight was it? 6, 7? Oh shit, I said it. Oh, and I said that too. Going to wait long. That wouldn't be SpaceX. They normally don't do that. So we have Des2E. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sending some coffee and croissant money for you guys. Always love your watching your content, Felix and team. Many thanks. Thank you so much. As I said, this you cannot imagine how important this fan funding is for the entire team. It brings stability, and it is so much appreciated because you literally fund a crazy bunch of people being able to make videos about crazy rockets. So thank you so much. Before I started this channel, I didn't even think that these kinds of people would exist, and we kind of found a lot of you. So thank you so much for that. It's much appreciated. Okay, we have DTGR. I'm very sorry for butchering the name. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey Felix, great stuff. Do you know if there is any way to listen to the mission control main loop audio? SpaceX does, but they talk over it. Yes, for Falcon launches, you often have a separate stream that gives you this control. I honestly don't know though if this exists for Starship launches because I'm always streaming it and I'm never that way, never listening into anything like this. So your best bet would be either somebody on the team who says yes, totally, and they don't, as I can see right now. So I honestly don't know, but SpaceX has been doing this before. I don't know if they do it for Starship launches, though. I doubt it. If there's anybody in the chat right now who can answer this, please do so. Thank you. I do not know. We have Paulie Cashews. Thank you so much for the super chat. Here's some background music for the launch stream Starship by Unbalanced Load. If there's anybody in the chat right now who can answer, is that a please do so. Thank you. I do not know. We have Paulie Cashews. Thank you so much for the super chat. Here's some background music for the launch stream. A joke. I thought it totally went over my head. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have James Bensley. Thank you so much for the super chat. Always look forward to your videos and live coverage. Felix, well done. You and Marcus are my go-to source. God bless. Huge shout out to Marcus House. He is very, very close to my heart because he started his content about SpaceX like half a year before I started. And when I hadn't started yet, I was kind of exactly the same as everybody watching the stream right now. Somebody on YouTube trying to find more stuff about rockets. And Marcus House's videos were suggested to me over and over and over, and I became a huge Marcus House fan. So shout out to you, Marcus, if you're seeing this. It's that's the most important thing I think about all these YouTube channels talking about spaceflight is getting people enthusiastic about it. Because if you don't know about something, no matter how important it is, you won't have it on your radar. You will not be sitting there cheering for it or anything. So I think the most important thing that we influencers can do on YouTube is excite people, and Marcus does a brilliant job with this. So thank you, Marcus. I totally agree with you, and it's nice of you to mention him. Thank you. We have Mr. Skulls. And the tank farm is ramping up. Absolutely. This is so good to see. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from the no-go fueling decision, so we're getting close here. Mr. Skulls, thank you so much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated. Absolutely amazing content. I've been watching your videos almost daily since May 29th, 2024. Thank you for everything you do. May 29th, March 29th, 2024. Was that a specific day? Mr. Skulls, thank you so much. I mean, it was 5 days after my birthday. That is special. Absolutely amazing content. I've been watching your videos. I don't know, but it's oddly specific. So there must have been something at that point that you remember this so specifically. I hope it was something really, really cool, and I thank you so much for watching. If nobody would watch our videos, we couldn't do them. So thank you so much for doing this and for watching every video. We're very proud that you guys are watching our videos. Every time I release a new video, it still feels the same as releasing the first video. That has never changed. I'm sitting there like an anxious little kid pushing that public button, and I'm thinking everybody will rip it apart because it's all so bad. And then you have nothing but praise for us, and I thank you so much. The entire team, trust me, thanks you for watching our videos. Keep watching them, and we'll try to make them as best as we can. We'll try to improve them more and more and more. I can tell you that much. And there is a lot of stuff to come here, especially if Flight 12 works out. There are so many milestones depending on all of this. So thank you. We have George Gailatian 3263. Thank you so much for the super chat. Why has the best live coverage? Love your enthusiasm, guys. That's just me being crazy. I don't know. I like I've been running around for the last 3 days with a grin in my face that I couldn't get rid of. I wake up grinning and I fall asleep grinning before Starship launches. So I've had this many times that people say, "Hey, but how can you always be so enthusiastic about this?" I don't know. It kind of comes natural. So I mean, it's the implications. In the end, it's the implications, I think. It's all the things that this could change the human history. Literally. That's how important this is. If this works out, it is going to change everything down the line. In decades, in centuries, in millennia, this is going to change our life. What is happening at Starbase right now, and that's why I am so enthusiastic, that's for sure. So thanks for sharing the enthusiasm and for the super chat. It is appreciated. Anthony Lozego, thank you so much. That's another name I've read so many times before. You've been with us for so long. You are very positive, and I appreciate that. Moving to a new country is absolutely amazing. Been here since the beginning, and I love your content. Your optimism is my greatest reason continue following you. Keep it up. Um, you cannot imagine how I felt before we moved to the United States. I had a party with my friends at our house. I invited everybody over for the last time, and we drank our favorite beer and sat on the balcony. And I felt so sad when everybody left that evening because I did not know where my future would go. So it's a crazy thing to leave your home for a dream. And that's what I said earlier to the kid from Switzerland. It is very, very important to follow your dreams. And I think that is what we did. That's what it comes down to. And I'm very, very happy that the people here in the US welcomed us with open arms. I couldn't say it differently. Everybody who I've met here so far has been supportive and has been I'm a fan of the US. I tell you, right now, I have a flag in front of my house, and it is a US flag, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm waiting for the day that I get a green card and a citizenship, because this is a really, really lovely country. No matter what stupid politics and media and anything is happening right now, the people that I met here, the things that are happening here, and the way that this country is, it's been pretty cool so far. So thank you, United States. We're happy to be here. And thank you, Anthony, for being with us for so long. It is much appreciated. Printly Perfect, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Do you think they will get HLS working in time? Yes, but the question is, how do you define in time? I'm not, like every time somebody says, oh, they're late and this is all going to drag out anyway and there's never going to be a moon landing in 2028, I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter much to me. If it is happening in 28, I'll be the biggest fan. I'll be streaming this. Trust me, don't worry. Just tune in and I'll be here to watch this together with you. But if it happens in 2030, it's going to be the same thing. I'll be here watching it together with you. The timelines don't matter much. What's way more, they are so quick at this point anyway. Do you realize that? Before SpaceX entered the stage of spaceflight, every milestone was 10 years apart. Now we have a milestone every other week. So don't worry about the milestones. They're going to reach plenty of milestones going forward. And it doesn't matter much if it's going to be in 28 or in 2030. It is going to happen. And that's the important part. If it happens and when it happens, it is going to be very, very important. And the result that they want to achieve with this is completely different than what they did during Apollo. Apollo was the demonstration of political soft power. It is the way it is. It gave us beautiful pictures. It gave us Neil Armstrong putting a footprint on the moon and a flag and everything and the whole shebang, and it was absolutely amazing. But it stopped as soon as it happened, and nobody ever continued again after a few flights. And that's a damn shame, if you ask me. They should have continued, and we're finally at the point where we're continuing. This isn't about another flag. This isn't about another footprint. This isn't about another Neil Armstrong. It doesn't even really matter who's going to be the first guy to step out of that lunar starship. What's going to matter is that the guy has 80 tons of payload behind him when he steps out the door. That is the big change this time, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And it doesn't matter if it happens in 2028 or if it happens in 2030, as long as it happens. Finally. We've been waiting for so long, and I can wait a year longer, or 2 or 3. It's the same when they announced that they're not going to go to Mars in the first instance. I was like, okay, it doesn't, like, even the prospect of it happening at all is absolutely amazing, and wasn't there at all before SpaceX. There was nothing. There was a space shuttle that was arguably hard to want to watch launch again when it was still operational, because it was very, very dangerous. It killed astronauts. I know it was inspirational and it was amazing, but it was also the largest astronaut killer ever. It was extremely expensive. It wasn't very reusable. It was full of old space. And even though I am the biggest fan of the saying, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, it's absolutely true. All the way down to the first SNART missile, we're standing on that knowledge. We're standing on these people that worked so hard to get this all going. At some point, the spaceflight industry was on the wrong track. It was more about money and more about contracts that you didn't really need to bring a result for, and that's what I was very frustrated with, and that's what's gone now, and that's what I'm here for. So there was a very long answer to the question. I don't know when it is going to work, but I don't think it's going to be. It's we're closer to it than we've ever been, and that's what I'm excited about. So don't be disappointed if it doesn't land on the moon in 28. If it lands on the moon in 2030, it is still the exact same achievement. That's what I'm here for, and I hope you are too. We have Arokada 3590. Thank you so much for the super chat. Again, this is so appreciated. If you're just joined us, please do like this stream. Just push that little button if you like what we're doing here. It helps us a lot. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. I know this is silly. We continue to say this all the time on every video, but it helps us hugely if you do so. It costs you nothing and it helps us a lot. And if you want to go the whole 9 yards and you want to be treated to almost a picture gallery per day, you become a channel member or a patron. Maybe the moderators can put a link in the chat. Thank you so much for your support. So, Arocado 3590. Been out of the SpaceX loop for a couple of years. Where are they at right now? And what is coming in the near future? Guesses of where SpaceX will be in 2 years? When will the moon mission start? Okay, this is kind of like asking Peter Beck where he thinks his company is going to be in 5 years. I've done that mistake twice, actually. I've had 2 interviews with Peter Beck, and both times I felt really stupid when I asked it, but it's that standard question. Where do you see this in X, Y, Z years? It's almost impossible to answer that question. It depends largely on where today is going to go. It depends on where that next flight is going to go. It depends on so many variables that it's almost impossible to predict this out 2 years. I could predict this out probably half a year. Maybe reasonably in a half a year, we're going to have 2 places where they launch Starships. That's the biggest change. We're not going to just have Starbase. We're also going to have 39A at Cape Canaveral, which at that point should roughly be operational towards the end of the year, which is going to be a huge change. We're going to hopefully have a version 3 Starship actually deploying payload in space, which is going to give SpaceX even more funding to make it even easier for them to keep the Starship program alive, which is the self-running process that is very much needed, because right now Starship is bleeding money. And they want to change this into not bleeding money, but actually generating money. That is kind of important if you're building these large rockets. SpaceX is not running out of money. Starlink is funding it, but it would be better if Starship was net positive. That is, I think, going to happen in the next half year. And then this HLS and orbital refueling. That is the next huge milestone. That is the next thing that is going to be needed for everything wanting to happen next year. Like an HLS demo where a Starship actually docks with a Artemis vehicle, in that case Orion. That is going to be very important. The orbital refueling itself is going to be essential. Reusing a Starship is hopefully going to happen within the next half year, maybe a year. Also largely depending on this flight, because this is the first version 3 flight. We have no knowledge about version 3 yet. This is the first time this thing launches. So, and it's radically different. Even though it looks largely the same on the outside, trust me, this thing is wildly different than everything we've seen so far. Everything, the engines, the construction on the inside, the systems, everything's been updated, changed, refined, improved, and some things even redesigned from scratch, not even based on what they had before, because they had a better idea and redesigned the whole thing. So a lot of things depend on what's happening. This question would be better for after the flight. This is the infraction, what is it called? The infraction point, the critical moment. Flight 12 is one of those. So cross your fingers for Ship 39 and for Booster 19. If they work out, this is going to make life way easier for SpaceX going forward, and make the milestones that we're all looking forward to compress a lot in that near future timeline. So it's hard to say before the launch, but that's in a nutshell what I'm hoping for them to do in the next half year. 2 years is almost impossible to say. 2 years ago, we didn't even know about a million AI satellite constellation. We didn't know anything about mass drivers on the moon. We didn't know about SpaceX wanting to change their plan with the Mars colony towards a moon base. So many things have radically shifted in the past year alone that it's almost impossible to predict this out 2 years. But like I said, what's predictable is that this is going to be really, really important for humanity, more than most people think. Hubert Stapler, that sounds very German. Hubert Stapler 6017, thank you so much for the super chat. Yay, the chopsticks are out of the way, exactly. That is a good sign, and you know they can use pad 1 to catch the ship and pad 2 to catch the booster, so they can come back at the same time. Theoretically, yes, but right now pad 1 is not in a condition to do anything. I mean, theoretically, yes, but right now, and for Flight 13, I don't think so. You're absolutely right, but I don't think that's going to be the case for Flight 13. They might manage, though. It's SpaceX after all, so I wouldn't be surprised if shortly before Flight 13 they just start weight testing the new chopsticks, and then they're good to go to catch something on that other tower. It could be. You're right. I don't think so. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. But we have Mr. Cool. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, Felix. Could we please have a look on the pre-start timeline? Yes, we can. I think I know the button to push as well, but I think that means that the chat is going to disappear. I think I gotta push this thing. Absolutely. Nope, that's plus. I'm lost. Thank you so much for the super chat. There you go. Thank you. That was Jonathan in the background. Thank you so much. So this is the pre-launch timeline all the way up to ignition, and as you can see, the events are pretty quick together. If you've seen a SLS launch, Artemis is a good example for things being stretched out way more. It kind of feels like they start this early in the morning, and then in the evening they're ready to launch the rocket. SpaceX doesn't do that. SpaceX is way quicker with this. At T-50 they have the go, no-go decision for propellant load, which is the moment of them actually proceeding to anything. Before that, it's just what we're looking at right now is the tank farm warming up. That's all that's happening right now, and it's not much. They can just turn that off again and then reschedule for tomorrow. But once that go, no-go decision is the important part for us. Once that is a yes, they actually start filling the Starship. They come online with their live stream. They start talking about things. Hopefully they'll show us a few new things as well. SpaceX is always good at showing us a few nice little videos about things that they're working on behind the scenes and things like that. It's often very, very interesting to watch. It's not just them showing the rocket launch. It's way more exciting than that. And then everything boils down to the last 2 minutes before the launch is where it gets really exciting, where you have everything finishing up, you have the flame diverter kicking in, and then you have the ignition, and then the rocket leaves the pad incredibly fast. I'm very much looking forward to that, because if we jump to after the launch, you'll see that the max Q occurs, 55 seconds, a minute after launch? When is it? Everything finishing up. You have the flame diverter kicking in, and then you have the... It is incredibly close to ignition. For such a large rocket, it's insanely close. See, there you go. No, that's the one before. 45 seconds into flight, we have max Q. That's incredible. That is the point at which the rocket is the fastest, combined with the atmosphere being the thickest. So it's two graphs basically, the rocket accelerating and the atmosphere density going down while the rocket goes up. And at the point where these two graphs collide is where max Q is. It's where the rocket endures the most resistance from the atmosphere as it's plowing through. And that is happening 45 seconds into flight. That is insanely quick. And then at 2 minutes and 22 seconds, the action for the booster is already gone. It cuts off almost all its engines. I think it's leaving, how many? 5 engines burning. And then it does its separation flip, and the upper stage continues, and then we're in for a crazy ride with all sorts of incredible things. My personal highlight for this one is they're deploying 22 Starlink satellites, and 2 of those are going to have cameras on them. And the idea is the Starship itself, you can kind of slightly see it as well. You see these white spots on the heat shield, on the Starship upper stage heat shield. You see these tiny white spots there. Those are single heat tiles that are white, and they're supposed to give the cameras on those two Starlinks, the last two Starlink satellites that they're going to separate from the rocket, are going to have cameras, and the Starship is going to spin around to show those satellites its heat shield, and then we're going to hopefully see live pictures of a Starship slowly floating away from the Starlink satellite, turning around and presenting its heat shield. This is going to be nuts if it actually happens. It is going to be one of those jaw drop moments that we've had quite a few of since SpaceX started doing Starship launches. I'm very much looking forward to that. So yeah, there's your little rundown on what we can actually expect. Is nuts. It is nuts. Okay, I need a very, very short break. Jaw drop moments. Chris, can you take over for a moment and maybe answer a few more questions, because I really, really want to have these people. The super chats keep coming in. Thank you so much for that. It is very important for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I want you guys to have answers as much as we can. So if you can speed answer a few more of those, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. The super chats keep coming in. Thank you so much for that. It is very important for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that's the wrong guy. There you go. Answers as much as we can. So if you can speed answer a few more of those, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Okay.
Or cargo from the moon. I mean, yes, basically, if you land astronauts, you want to get them back off the surface. So, yes, by the mission layout that Artemis is planning at the moment, it would be that the spaceship brings them back to lunar orbit, and then they go back into Orion and go back to the Earth, basically. But of course, it is theoretically possible to also use the Starship itself to go back. I don't know. We'll see how this entire thing will develop, because it all hinges basically on today. This is the V3. Once we get that going, we are on the next major step toward the HLS. And yeah, we'll just have to wait this one out, I guess. Next one, Creations by Zeal. Is the goal to catch or land Starship? For this flight, it's not the goal to catch either one of the stages. So the Starship hopefully will make it into the Indian Ocean. About an hour after launch, it should soft touch down there. The booster is doing the entire boost back maneuver, and it's doing something that we have seen on previous flights as well. It will actually land on a virtual tower. So you have to imagine it like there will be a spot in the Gulf of America where it thinks there is a tower, and then do the entire approach maneuver, already slow down, and it will actually think that it's being caught by chopsticks that are just not there, and then it will sink.
There are another two on the sides right beneath the flaps, mostly so that, you know, if the ship is sort of to the side, it can also have still connection with
then
the
Mars.
Starlink,
Do you think this will speed up getting to Mars or slow it down? Are you more or less excited about the new direction? That is an interesting thing. I think going to the moon is really something that is the perfect preparation to do longer flights, to actually tackle Mars later on. If they are able to gather experience there, of course, it's a completely different beast. I mean, you have barely any atmosphere around the moon, so landing there is a completely different thing. But overall, the entire operation of a human landing version of a ship, getting it developed, is something that really can benefit a lot by going to the moon first. So I think in the end, it will not really slow down the entire campaign. It's just that we are moving it 1 or 2 Martian transfer windows out. And that's just 4 or 5 years that we're looking at. So as Felix has said before, it's not really all about meeting the timeline, getting everything done like in 2 years. It's about getting it done at all, to get a continuous stream of development. And I think that it's exciting nonetheless. I'm so looking forward to the entire moon, to getting that base there, because we will see robotic landers pretty soon. They want to actually get the basics of the base done before astronauts go there. So expect to see the moon and live footage from the moon a lot more than you ever did in the entire history. And this is something that will happen in the next few years. So let's get to the next question here. Chris
clock another hour and
Clower,
a half. Get a little
8399.
bit over 3
Felix,
hours.
how are
So
you feeling
in
today?
theory, they can still extend that T0 till the end of that window and still be good to go. The current tank farm activity does show that they're trying to do a bit more faster chill down that we see for testing. This is not unusual. We've seen this even with the old tank farm from Pad 1, where it used to be a bit different. The chill downs, timings, and everything used to be a bit faster for a launch day. Perhaps because on a test day, they want to take it slow and they want to, take their time looking at everything and all that stuff that engineers do, right? But then as you get to a launch day, you probably want to take more time on all of the other stuff rather than the pre-launch sequencing of chill downs and everything, because that's just looking at temperatures and things like that by the end of the day. At that point, there's nothing much to learn. You're already on launch day. You just gotta go. So right now,
You just gotta go.
exactly. I'm just waiting for the tower vent to start. That will be one of the greatest indicators that we're getting much closer to propellant load. Could be in the next 30 minutes, basically, maybe 40 minutes, 45 minutes tops, if they are still on track for the top of the window, of course. Now, one last thing to add to this, I know a lot of people are also asking when is propellant load starting. Well,
Yep.
in about an hour or so, we should already know whether SpaceX is go or no go for propellant load operations, because that happens at T-minus 50 minutes. It has changed from the previous timeline. It used to happen at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. They brought that up by 25 minutes in this case to T-minus 50 minutes. The propellant load sequence will start then about 12 minutes after that at T-minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds, with the ship LOX load starting, and then booster LOX load will continue with that. When we talk about LOX, that is liquid oxygen, but sort of shorthand for that. But
Right.
that's very basically what we are sort of trying to see here as we get close to launch. And of course, a lot of people might be asking, okay, that's the pre-launch stuff. What are we actually going to see on this flight? How different it is from previous flights, and what is it all about, sort of in a nutshell? So this is a little bit of a summary of what you're going to see today.
Nice, good deal.
Flight 12 serves as a major step in the evolution of Starship. SpaceX has introduced brand new designs for both booster and ship from the ground up, both also sporting brand new Raptor 3 engines. All of these changes allow for improved performance and a more simplified design, which helps a lot when it comes to reuse. For this flight in particular though, Booster 19 will not be flying back to the launch site for a catch. It will instead attempt a similar flight profile out in the Gulf. This isn't surprising though, given it's the first flight of a version 3 booster and also the first flight from Pad 2. Both the vehicle and the pad need to be demonstrated before advancing. Some of the most important changes to the version 3 ship have to do with its future missions in space. For example, the entire thrust system has been revamped, with more vents facing in different directions for better control of the ship while in space. Additionally, and a first in the Starship program, Ship 39 is flying with 4 docking drogues that will be used by ships in the future for docking to depots for in-orbit refilling. We expect that in a future mission, we'll see a ship equipped with 4 probes, aka the active side of the docking system. For version 3, SpaceX also got rid of the old sockets that were used for lifting the ship, and they now use the catch pins instead. These are going to be tested on this mission, not just for stacking, but also to see whether these pins can survive re-entry. And there is no other way to test than to go fly. The heat shield itself is also a crucial piece of the Starship puzzle. Without it, Starship does not make it home. Recall the white tiles we saw on Ship 39 last week? SpaceX said these are actually for image referencing that will be performed during this mission. For this flight in particular, Ship 39 will be deploying 22 Starlink V3 simulators that will be deployed during the coast phase, and 2 of them are fitted with cameras to perform imaging of the heat shield. This will allow SpaceX to develop methods in the future where they may have to check the heat shield before the ship returns. Kind of like how the Space Shuttle performed a backflip maneuver known as the rendezvous pitch maneuver for heat shield analysis, especially around the space station. And speaking of Starlink deployment, the PEZ dispenser has also been upgraded to be faster. So now, we'll see double the number of Starlink simulators deployed in roughly the same amount of time.
In the mid-June timeframe. Just to put this out there, and we'll mention this when we have Micah on as well. Of course, typically speaking, when we have our launches, I'll have my usual preamble about what to do and what not to do in the live chat so that our mods have an idea of what is and is not permissible. And we usually include something along the lines of, please don't delve into topics of overt politics or religion. And that is still true. We'd ask that you still respect that guideline. However, of course, we're going to be talking about the IPO for SpaceX and a lot on the business side. And it's a really big space story, of course. We don't want to downplay the importance of what is happening right now, what is going to be happening in the months and years to come, since the company that's been around for about 20 years being taken public for the first time, especially one that has as much prominence in the launch space as well as operating the vast majority of satellites in low Earth orbit, is certainly going to generate a lot of conversation. So just to let you know, in the chat, talking about the IPO, about the financials, and all of that, that's fine. We just ask that you couch that in our other request, which is to be understanding of where other folks are coming from. The fact that Mr. Musk is not purely isolated to rocketry or to his endeavors with Tesla or XAI or his other business ventures that are tied into this IPO. And so we would just ask that you try to segment the conversation and keep this chat space to be more specifically about things connected to SpaceX, to XAI, to the things that tie into the conversation as it's germane for this, and also just to avoid personalities, ad hominems, and treat each other with a level of respect that you yourself would like to be treated. Time now T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. If you look right about at the middle of the tower there, you can see a bit of venting there across from the ship fuel lines, similar to SpaceX preparing to load liquid oxygen on board a Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy rocket. Same principles of LOX load apply here to the Starship vehicle. They need to make sure that those feed lines are at the right temperature to allow the LOX to flow smoothly in, so that there aren't any hardware issues on the way in. Time now T minus 1 hour, 36 minutes, 13 seconds, and counting. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the introduction of Starship version 3 has a lot of weight, of course, for SpaceX in its own enterprise, but this is the version of the rocket that will be evolved into the human landing system iteration of the Starship upper stage. That is the HLS lander component, which will be used during the Artemis program to bring astronauts from lunar orbit down to the surface of the moon and back up again. Prior to the launch of Artemis 2, we actually had the opportunity to sit down with the deputy program manager of the HLS program. You'll be hearing from Dr. Kent Shinaki. He is up at the Marshall Space Flight Center most of the time, but traveled down to the Kennedy Space Center again in the run-up to Artemis 2, which was when we had this conversation back on March 30th. So I want to play that for you now in full. This is our conversation with Dr. Kent Shinaki about where things stand with the human landing system, both for SpaceX as well as the other HLS provider, Blue Origin. Well, Kent, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. It's a busy time, certainly in your office, as it is here at the Kennedy Space Center with announcements happening in the vehicle assembly building, but appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And, you know, it's obviously a time of a lot of change, especially concerning the Human Landing System program, with the announcements from the administrator of a different style of mission for Artemis 3. I wonder, as you're starting to lay the groundwork for those plans, how your office is adapting to these big changes.
So we're really excited about another opportunity to fly in Earth orbit. So we have the direction to do one or either both providers on a Earth orbit rendezvous with Orion in 2027. So we're excited about that. We have put task orders to both providers to be able to give us their ideas of what they're capable of. And we have a little bit of work going on to see what they can do together, because we could have one mission with a SpaceX and an Orion. We have another mission with a Blue Origin and Orion, but the request is we could do a 3-launch scenario where we have Blue Origin, SpaceX, and Orion all launching and doing at least prox ops, if not docking and crossing a hatch. So we're pretty excited about the opportunity.
Exciting, but certainly challenging, I'm sure, logistically, to figure out which version of this campaign is best suited for this mission, I imagine.
Absolutely challenging, and that work is still underway.
And when do you expect to get those, finalized proposals from SpaceX and Blue Origin that'll help set the table for that?
The task order will be over in April, and then we're going to have to take all that data and consolidate it and work with our friends in Orion and see what really is capable. So I don't have a timeline on it, but we are going to be responding to the 2027 mission.
And, as this early test campaign is going on, it also creates a new opportunity for 2028, as the administrator mentioned, with one, potentially 2 landings that year. How are you starting to think about, a reimagined Artemis 4 as well, without the Gateway in the Loop, and having either the Blue Moon Mark II or the Starship meet Orion out in lunar orbit?
So our plan had always been for the first SpaceX mission to be a direct dock with Orion, so that's not a big pivot. For Blue Origin, this is a new interface. They always had the requirement to dock to Orion in the case of an emergency, but this is a new standard orbit for a new standard interface for them, and so we have to work through that and get new requirements to both sides of that, Orion and Blue Origin. We are really excited about the opportunity to try a early 28, late 28 with both providers. We have asked them for acceleration ideas, and they have come back with some really bold ideas to be able to go meet this 28 mission. And so we are still working with both of them. We're looking at what is possible to go do, and so we're working with both of them.
And of course, a big requirement of that is to have both of them do an uncrewed landing demonstration, then ascent from the lunar surface. How far ahead of those Artemis 4 and 5 missions do they need to perform those uncrewed landing demos for you to have time to assess the data and make that plan?
I don't have a specific time. They absolutely have to do the uncrewed demo. They absolutely have to land and show an ascent profile prior to us being able to manifest that and put crew on the vehicle. And so we don't have a timeline on it, but I agree with you. We're going to have time to manifest, to understand it, to ingest it, and to be able to use any data that we have from that to learn from and make any design modifications that are necessary.
Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I believe the requirement for SpaceX's lander that they didn't have to do a demonstration of the elevator system in the uncrewed demo. Is that still the plan? And if so, how are you buying down risk on the elevator portion that is so crucial to a Starship landing?
You are correct in that we do not require that they have the elevator on the uncrewed demo. We are working with them. We have we have a chief engineer within the HLS program who has proposed some ideas, and the program is funding some risk reduction ideas to go do some work in-house on behalf of a provider, and the elevator is on that list for consideration that we want to go look at.
I believe it was about a year and a half or so ago that there was a cool integrated test with mock-up of the HLS Starship module along with the Axiom suits as they were at that time. Do you imagine that there may be another type of joint interface testing that will happen in between now and when those missions fly?
I think several. I think we'll be doing that several times in several different scenarios. Each of our providers is required to have a mock-up of the fidelity of their crew cabin and of their crew quarters. And so we have received a Blue Origin mid-fidelity mock-up that's currently at Johnson Building 9 that we can do some human loop testing in. And we have, for SpaceX, they are building their first engineering model of the crew cabin. So it is building off of engineering drawings. It's of similar construction standards as from flight, and it will be a full crew cabin, including the ecosystem and any crew cabin, crew quarters, crew interface, and the like. So it's going to be really pretty good, and that has begun at Boca Chica.
Last question, because I know a lot of folks are eager to have some of your time today, but can you give us a little bit of a roadmap for 2026? What are you watching to see from SpaceX? What are you watching for from Blue Origin?
So Blue Origin is really working hard on their independently developed their Mark 1. And so they are currently trying to land a Mark 1 on the moon in 2026. And while that is not a Artemis mission, we can do a ton of learning from it, all the way from the systems and their BE-7 engine through the landing and the plume surface interaction and the Scalps camera, which is Eclipse payload on that. So we have a ton of learning from there. And for SpaceX, we're looking at 3 major milestones in this year. One is they have the version 3 ship that is going to launch hopefully in April. And that is going to be the first version that is going to be close to the HLS Starship. Second, they want to do orbital flight, this next step. And then third is they're going to do long duration testing and propellant transfer. And so that is you launch a Starship, you keep it in orbit for 10 days, 2 weeks, that kind of period. And then you launch a second Starship and fill the first Starship as a representative depot. That's going to be a key technology to being able to get to uncrewed demo and eventually human landing.
Is there a ballpark on how many flights it'll take to fill the depot?
We're still learning about that. We have to do it once before we can do it more than once, and we're going to use that data to kind of drive that.
Ken Chinaki, Deputy Program Manager for the HLS program. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And that was Dr. Ken Chinaki with the Human Landing System program. Again, that interview being conducted in the run-up to the Artemis II mission. And worth noting that coming up on Tuesday, NASA has announced that they will be holding a news briefing up at the NASA headquarters in DC, where they'll be talking about the latest on the moon base and made some reference to subject matter experts being there, but didn't disclose exactly who. SpaceX did retweet that. I think I saw that Mr. Musk did retweet that, says, sounds exciting or something to that effect. So maybe hearing something about the lunar terrain vehicles, maybe something with the landers. We'll just have to wait and see how that materializes. But in the meantime, where we are right now with the Starship launch, we are currently T-minus 1 hour, 26 minutes, 44 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of this vehicle, or at least that's the time to the opening of the launch window today, which runs 90 minutes in total. So if SpaceX needs to move that back at some point, will let you know if they make further adjustments. But right now, they're still moving towards the window opening. And as we're getting closer to liftoff, of course, we've talked a little bit about where things stand with the rocket right now, but we've also teased a little bit about some of the big news that came out yesterday. SpaceX's big opening salvo to their initial public offering, which is where SpaceX will be for the first time going public with the company. And we are grateful at this point to the broadcast to be joined by a reporter who I consider a friend at this point and a seasoned journalist over at the Wall Street Journal, covers the space beat excellently, Mr. Micah Maidenberg. Micah, it's good to see you, buddy. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Will. Thanks so much for having me on and for all those kind words. Yeah, it's great to be back.
Well, and for anyone who's checked out the Wall Street Journal, either in print or digital within the last 24 hours, you've seen Micah's byline at least a handful of times. It's something that you and your colleagues, Micah, have been building towards for a while now, which is tracking the progress of SpaceX going public. And for our audience, before we get into the meat and potatoes of it all,
Yeah.
for folks that aren't as familiar with you and your work, can you just give them the Reader's Digest of how you became involved in covering space, since we all have our own unique paths to this position? And when you first started covering space, what did SpaceX feel like to you at the time?
It's a great question. I've been covering space for almost 5 years at this point, and I sort of stumbled into this job in some ways. I was wanting to get a new job internally at the Journal after doing a gig for a few years, and I ended up writing about getting the kind of space job. And it's only the beat has become just kind of bigger and bigger, kind of with each year that I've been on it. And it in some ways it's kind of like the SpaceX started, filing this IPO document yesterday is sort of a culmination in a certain kind of way of, tracking the company and thinking about what they're doing and where they're going. So yeah, that's kind of how I got into the space beat and started covering this.
And 5 years ago, that was right around the early stages of when SpaceX was starting to deploy the Starlink constellation, just starting to get that service up and running. And now, for the first time, we've got a lot of detail about what their business looks like behind the scenes. Putting dollars and cents to all of the different pieces of what SpaceX is now, and we can see how much of an important part the Starlink constellation really is.
Yeah, and sorry to go back to your original question. Like 5 years ago, SpaceX was, of course, a very dominant company already, launching frequently, and really, I think part of like the story over the last 5 years has been this sort of Falcon 9 Starlink ramp. The launches have gone up so much, as down in Florida. The constellation has built out, and that customer sort of base for Starlink has grown. So that's been a huge sort of topic of coverage for me, for us over the last few years. And like you said, we have like a lot of detail now about what that ramp for Starlink looked like. 10 million subscribers as of the end of March. It is the sort of financial engine of the company right now, with really significant revenue, and just gives SpaceX a lot of resources to kind of pursue some of the bigger goals that are laid out in that document and so on.
Yeah, and just to give folks some context for what Starship or Starlink represents for the company, I was just going back and referencing my stats here. There were about 120 dedicated Starlink launches back in 2025, where they deployed in excess of 3,100 satellites. So far this year, they've already launched 46 dedicated Starlink missions, more than 1,200 added into low Earth orbit so far this year. So they've been keeping up a very steady clip of that. And one of the things that I think jumped out to certainly me and to a number of our colleagues was the percentage of their overall launch that is segmented to their Starlink satellites and then the rest of the customers, and how much importance they're putting in that first bucket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the part of what has made Starlink work and part of what has made it so powerful is just that that vertical integration, as it's called. It used to be like a satellite developer, a constellation developer would build the satellites, focus on the satellites, and then go out and find a rocket company to launch the satellites. But SpaceX sort of did it all in house, and that has worked certainly to their advantage in making Starlink economically viable and again, this like big driver for the company overall.
And looking at the S1 document that was published yesterday, I mean, you and your colleagues have had a chance to really comb through it a lot, and I think there are things that we'll keep going back and finding as we continue to sit with it a little bit longer. But
yeah,
maybe starting out at a high level, what were some of the things that really jumped out to you immediately? I mean, before we popped on the mic here, you were mentioning during that package with Kent playing that the Anthropic piece was really quite a notable headline in your mind, right?
Yeah, I mean, Will, we were talking about how SpaceX has sort of changed over the last 5 years, and that's, I mean, very simply, and your viewers know this, like one of the big changes is SpaceX is now an AI company, in addition to being a space company, and a big part of the company's future is sort of this idea that space and AI will have this kind of convergence. So earlier this year, SpaceX and Anthropic announced this deal where Anthropic would pay SpaceX, right, to use some of their AI computing capacity that xAI, which of course is now part of SpaceX, developed for itself when it was a separate company. And that Anthropic deal is also just a major driver now for SpaceX's overall revenue. And I think the size of that deal definitely jumped out to a lot of folks, and I took note of it myself, for sure.
Yeah, and the synergy between Mr. Musk's various companies, I think, was always something that seems like it was going to factor in, as we've seen some crossover between the use of planes between SpaceX and Tesla, of course the large acquisition of the Cybertruck by SpaceX. I mean, for folks that have visited here in Florida or go down to Starbase, I mean, certainly a Starbase, when you go down State Road 4 on your way to the beach, there's a whole Starbase sign that's got a line of parking spaces that is exclusively for the Tesla vehicles. So, just seeing that in black and white, did anything surprise you about the level of current and potentially future synergies between all of Musk's various ventures that we're seeing, at least at this point?
Yeah, I mean, my colleague who covers Tesla had a short post yesterday, kind of reflecting that Cybertruck news. That SpaceX had purchased or spent $131 million last year on purchasing Cybertrucks from Tesla. I think some of the collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla, it is already out there. A few more details, of course, yesterday, including Terafab. This is this joint venture between SpaceX and Tesla to build a chip fabrication factory, this big complex in Texas to produce chips that would be used on artificial intelligence satellites, on for Tesla cars. So SpaceX and Tesla are certainly have some very close ties, and the Cybertruck deals are sort of one sort of example of that, and the Terafab project is going to be a big one too.
And of course, part of the use case for those chips will be factored into the Starlink version 3 satellites, the upcoming V2 mobile, and of course just the overall architecture of Starship so far. One of the things, if folks want to read more of Michael's reporting, by the way, we've got some of those articles linked in the description of this live stream, so you can go ahead and peruse those, maybe pull something up while we're talking if you want to get a little side-by-side there. But, it was notable, I think, for folks to be able to see just how much so far SpaceX has invested in Starship R&D. They quoted about 15 billion so far, and a few billion of that just in the first quarter of this year alone, with about, what was it, just under 4 billion in 2025. Did that surprise you, just how much they've invested in capital expenditure for the
In
Starship program in
R&D.
such a
Yeah.
small time frame?
Well, yeah, I mean, and um, one of the things that's really fascinating about the S1, about this investor document, is just SpaceX very plainly saying that Starship is key to the company's like growth in the future. You know, like a lot of what SpaceX wants to do runs through Starship. You know, whether it's like you said, the V3 Starlink satellites, launching those, getting that going, and of course this bigger ambition to do this artificial intelligence satellite constellation. Um, all of that runs through Starship, and you know that maybe that's a good segue to talk about the flight today a little bit. But I was yeah, fascinated by that, and you know I guess we'll see some of the fruits of that in one way or the other in the flight today. I believe the company also talked about looking to accelerate Starship work. Um, just checking myself here.
Mm-hmm.
Again, sort of like reflecting how important the vehicle is to its like broader, you know, ambitions for space and AI, and how those, you know, may converge.
Yeah, I mean, they really said in no uncertain terms that, you know, the timeline that they have for the success of this company in a lot of different venture areas is contingent on getting Starship into an orbital configuration, is being able to deploy these V3 satellites for the broadband connectivity.
Let
Is
me
getting,
here. I'll just let me read
oh
this
yeah,
just
please.
from the company. It says, quote, our growth strategy depends on our ability to increase our launch cadence and payload capacity, which is dependent on the successful development of Starship at scale. So that's in the a kind of description of like the space business um, for SpaceX, which is distinct from connectivity and AI. But that kind of gives you a flavor or a sense of like how, you know, leaders and engineers and technicians have got to be thinking about this vehicle. It's got to work at scale. That means a lot of launches and um, a lot of deployments.
Yeah, I mean they've talked about, you know, somewhere on the order of, you know, thousands of launches within 5 years time frame, which, you
Yeah.
know, just thinking about the cadence of launch right now with their Falcon rockets, and then, you know, plus that up, you know, 10 times, just really hard to wrap your mind around. And like you said, there's a good segue to talk about the vehicle that we've got here. Just off to my right, as you're looking at the screen, of course, this is a lot of new changes that are built into Starship version 3, from the tip to the tail, from the, you know, the design of the heat shield, the interstage, the engines.
Mhm.
You know, we can dig into the particulars in a minute, but, you know, just coming into this mission now, 7+ months after the last time we saw Block 2 of Starship fly, how are you feeling about how this mission will go, you know, weather put to the side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following along like everybody else, and we'll get some more. We'll start to get some answers, I think, you know, in the next hour or so. But I think, you know, like it's been 3 years, right, since SpaceX started the integrated flight test of Starship. There's been a lot of advancements, right? And there's been some setbacks along the way. The ground test explosion at Massey's last year, the booster rupture towards the end of 2025, the explosions at the very start of 2025 in flight, which, you know, caused commercial airline traffic to have to move and scramble to adjust. So I guess one question, or I think we're all going to be looking to see how SpaceX locks in what the lessons, right, that they've learned over the past like 3 years in this kind of intense run of flight tests. I mean, to me, like the new pad performance, how that works, and like what the Raptors, these upgraded engines, offer, are going to be just a couple of the real like fascinating things to watch for sure.
Yeah, and their mentioning of tying in the propulsion and the avionics system for the ship upper stage,
Yeah.
does that solve some of the aft end of ship issues that you were just talking about that we saw during Flight 7 and Flight 8, and the harmonic issue that caused the ultimate decision to break up that vehicle? It seems like they fixed that with Block 2, and do those lessons carry over to Block 3? Well, I guess see in just about an hour and 11 minutes time if they're able to get off the ground today, which we saw a full, it would appear to be a full wet dress rehearsal back on May 11th, that Monday, but then they destacked the rocket. They took the ship over to the Massey's test site and did some more testing back there, brought it back out to Pad 2, and then did a partial wet dress yesterday. So it's a little unclear if they're still working through some things, or if they're, you know, really in a good spot to get this rocket in flight today. It's hard to say at this point.
I think it's this mission, this test flight happening a day after we get an incredible amount of news about the company, its performance, its plans for the future. Is really interesting. A lot of eyes on it. A lot of eyes are on this. From certainly investors are tuning in, because now they're also trying to, not that they weren't before, but like there's, I think, more investors and more attention on this mission, just given that the IPO is in motion. We did a story about the flight today, and I spoke with one investor who said, look, this is hard stuff to get right. SpaceX has a strong execution record, and Starship, when it gets really going, I'm sort of paraphrasing, will unlock a lot of value. But that's the test today, and that's what's before the company with this one, for sure. I mean, I'm sure you did see, Will, that SpaceX did sort of have news in the S1 about its expectations for starting operational flights, for those V3 Starlink satellites in the second half of this year. So clearly there's some expectation that, Starship is close or closer to sort of starting those more operational missions and moving past the kind of intense, test phase of this program. But we'll
Yeah,
see. Yeah.
I think it was back in September of last year where Bill Gerstenmaier was speaking at the Glenn Symposium up in Ohio, and said that, after the first flight of version 3 of Starship, depending on how it goes, flight 13 or the next one would potentially be an orbital test flight. So this could go very quickly from a suborbital test to an orbital flight to maybe flight 14 being the one that actually deploys Starlink satellites. I would imagine that they'd want to have at least one orbital demonstration before they try to deploy satellites into orbit. But SpaceX moves fast and is really gung-ho about trying things. So potentially 13 could be the charm as far as seeing Starship or Starlink V3 go on orbit. But I want to go back to something you said a second ago, Maiko, about the timing of the S1 and where this launch lines up. It seemed like at one point that this launch could have happened last week, and they just needed more time for testing. Should we you follow the business world a lot closer than I do, so should we read anything into the publication of the S1 being so close to this launch happening, or is it completely just happenstance?
The honest answer is, it's a good question, Will, but the honest answer is I don't know. It would be just sort of speculative to guess. I mean, SpaceX has been tracking to do this IPO for some time. They sort of accelerated their plans earlier this month, and putting aside all of the details about the financials, about the operations, about the future, the one thing that the publication of this document, right, does is it really just sets in motion officially the IPO. And from what we understand is the company would start selling its shares to the public in mid-June. So I agree with you, though. It's like, you know, a few days ago, we were talking about a potential Flight 12 on Friday, the 15th, if I'm remembering correctly. And of course, that's moved around. So I don't want to speculate, but it may just be happenstance, but I really don't know. Yeah.
And so for those that have never, watched a public or a company being taken public, so now that we've got the S1 document, can you give those of us who are maybe less business track minded an idea of what happens between publication yesterday and the actual IPO on the 12th, as you and your colleagues have reported?
Well, so basically what happens now is the company, its advisors, bankers, and investors are going to be in this, they're going to have this kind of big conversation, a lot of meetings to try to figure out what SpaceX, how to value SpaceX, right? We don't know what the valuation, the worth of the total company is yet. That's part of the kind of process to discover what that price is, if that makes
Brownsville. So if we do get any information, I will let you know, but maybe that could be more VIPs coming in. I will quickly look back at the track and see where they have come from. I think they've come from the Florida area. Maybe I should have zoomed out before I started scrolling back. There we go. They've come from Miami, so maybe we'll have to see what that is.
I guess we'll have to see what that is. Alex, I am going to say that you are remarkably quiet. Normally, Alex has all these updates flying back and forth and, this pipe and this bit and that sort of stuff. Are things just sort of ticking along?
Well, the only update that I have in terms of tank farm activity is just that the tower vent has stopped as part of the normal behavior that we see. It seems like, at least for pad 2, it will be very similar than for pad 1, where the tower vent starts, then it's sort of venting for, I don't know, like 20, 30 minutes or so. Then it dies down and it disappears for a little while. And then it comes back again once closer to propellant load, and it sort of comes back really stronger. It's sort of like the tower has its own sort of plume, sort of cape behind it and things like that. Sort of really epic kind of thing, especially with a full stack on the pad. And when that happens, usually it means we are close to that propellant load sequence. The vent then disappears, and that's your indication that they're starting liquid oxygen load on the ship. Because okay, so we have breaking news.
Alex is very excited about this breaking news, y'all.
Yeah,
stand by. We're going to get y'all some more information.
I just saw it in front of me. So it appears we have at least a 30-minute delay for the moment on the T0 for today's launch. You might see now the top left corner, that clock has changed, and we are now 93 minutes away from liftoff. And SpaceX confirming on X that they are targeting now 6 p.m. Central for liftoff of Starship. So we have official confirmation that we are indeed 30 minutes into this 90-minute window. So only a third of the way in. So, okay. It's not a great deal. It's just a third of the way in. It's okay. It's much better than in some of the previous flights. But look at that. I think is that the tower vent coming back again? As I was saying, it might do.
That's a beautiful shot.
Whatever. Anyways.
Whatever, says Alex. That's where we are at the count.
Sometimes
Alex
it does that
whatever.
kind of thing. Sometimes they like to tease us, but it's not coming back to the delay. It's not a surprise that we got this update now, because at T-minus 50 minutes is that go no go poll sequence to basically the flight director polls the operators to whether proceed with the propellant load sequence or not. If they already know that they are not ready to go, that there are some things that need to be dealt with, they of course will not go straight into that poll and just move that T0. So it's not surprising that we got this delay about 10, 15 minutes away from when that was supposed to happen if they had gone at the opening of the window. Now, 30 minutes into the window, so we'll have to wait another 30 minutes to find out what happens.
Good deal. And an important thing here, there are different types of rocket launches that go to different destinations, right? If you're trying to rendezvous with the International Space Station, you have a very tight window. Some rockets have a few minutes. Some rockets, we call an instantaneous window, which means if you're going to meet the International Space Station at a specific spot in space at a specific time, you have to launch at a very specific time, right? Here with the Starship test flights, they're not trying to rendezvous with the ISS or anything like that, right? So you have a little bit more leeway. It's more about hitting the hole that has been cleared for you. Things in orbit, you're not wanting to pass other satellites across their trajectories. In the skies, where we've cleared out the planes and boats and stuff like that, we don't clear boats from the skies usually, but you have a little bit more leeway in the window, and that's where this hour and a half window comes in, because we're not going for a super precise rendezvous or anything like that. Also, today we're not trying to go to Mars or the moon or anything where you've got a little bit tighter requirements on exactly where you need to end up. Here, they want the booster to end up just offshore in the Gulf, and they want the ship to end up on the other side of the planet. But there's a little bit of leeway. There's some margin. There's some flexibility on exactly when they take off to hit those targets. Right, Alex?
Yeah, and in fact, I mean, you mentioned Mars and the moon. Even for those, you still have a little bit of leeway. We saw in Artemis 2, they had a 2-hour window. It's even longer than this window today, because
Yep.
it's an hour and a half. So it all depends as well on the performance of the rocket, where you need to go. Usually when you have to rendezvous with another vehicle, as you said, that is when you have your tighter constraints, the most sort of tightening constraints in your launch window and things like that. Certain rockets might have a few advantages, like spare performance, in order to, you can sort of zigzag your way into orbit basically, and you might
Yep.
have a bit of a maybe 10 minutes, even if you were to be going with a rendezvous in orbit and things like that. But again, we're not in that situation, as you mentioned. This is a test flight. They're making sure that this baseline version 3 can do the minimum requirement, which is copy what has already been done. Let's
Yep.
make sure that everything is good to go. And from here, we'll build up and do all of the other things, like, going into orbit, extended stays in orbit, get another ship to dock with another ship, transfer propellant, get an HLS, all of the other things, many, many different things that they need to do in order to get through Artemis, their own Starlink constellation,
Yep.
DTC, et cetera, all the different things that they want to do.
Interestingly, as we get into some of the HLS, if you've heard about the starships that are going to rendezvous with each other, and you have like a tanker starship that fuels up another starship, when you start getting into those rendezvous, even if Starship is not going to the International Space Station, that's where we might start to see some of these launch windows tighten up a little bit. Starship's first rendezvous will be with things like that. And we also have, Alex, HLS coming up, where we've heard rumors about HLS providers, of which Starship is certainly one, rendezvousing with Orion and testing out docking and approach and that sort of stuff to support the Artemis program returning to the moon, right?
Indeed, they added that extra mission. So basically, Artemis 3 turned from a lunar landing mission in 2028. Now it is a rendezvous mission in 2027. So it was pulled forward in order to fly faster, that SLS rocket, be able to gather more experience with it, because it's a bit of a pad queen, as they call it in the industry.
Pad
in
queen.
that sense. Yeah, it likes to S-word, to abort on the pad and do all sorts of things, leaks of hydrogen, helium valve stacked stock and things like that. So yeah, they want to fly it more often, better, get a better handle on it. And so one way to do that is to reduce risk on your landers, because why would you go straight away with a landing? And like it doesn't make sense, right? Apollo did this with Apollo 9, where they did a low Earth orbit test of the lander, and then Apollo 10 did sort of a simulation of the actual landing without landing. Of course, the landers will do that on their own without any crew, because it's not the 60s anymore. You don't need any pilots sort of with a stick and whatnot to pilot these things down to the surface. So that is one of the things that they're going to be testing after Artemis 3. Okay, boy. So speaking of crew, let's revisit a little bit of a certain set of questions that we sent our crew ahead of Flight 11. It's been a while. It's been 7 months. Let's see who actually talks about that sort of thing. Starship's last flight happened in October. Yes, in October. And it was also the last flight of version 2, a version that gave us lots of headaches when it comes to, well, doing what Starship needs to do in order to achieve its goals in the future. It was also the last flight out of Pad 1, which gave us lots of different memories, very fun moments as well. And we gave our team a series of questions about what they hoped or expected for Flight 11, and also what they expected for the future of Starship.
What do I think will be the outcome of Flight 11?
Honestly, great success. I think Booster 15-2 is going to do everything that it is supposed to, and accurately.
I think it's going to be a good outcome. I really want to see that this is a repeatability of Flight 10. It's one thing if you do it once. It's another thing if you can repeat it over and over again.
They learned a lot from the last flight. They're doing basically the same profile. Yes, there's a few changes, but I think that this is going to be a great success.
Now, a lot of people in our team were very hopeful for Flight 11, and they were sort of right. It was a success. But there was something.
I think version 3 will go through some headaches like version 2 did, but I'm really hoping with all of the component testing that we've been seeing happening so far, that it goes a little bit at least smoother. I mean, as long as they don't blow up another ship at Massey's, it'll be fine, right? Right?
Yeah, so there was a question about whether version 3 will give us any headaches, just like we got with version 2, and let's say that a lot of people did not pass that test, including myself. We also asked our team, what was the thing that they were most excited about for version 3?
The thing I'm most excited about the next version of Starship is that it's going to launch from Pad 2 and be a much more efficient launch mount that hopefully gets to be reused more rapidly.
100% the brand new version of Super Heavy. While technically we are currently on the Block 2 or Generation 2, as some SpaceX engineers have officially called it. It looks very similar to what we began with in Booster 4 and then Booster 7.
What excites me about the next version of Starship is seeing the Raptor 3s in action.
I'm really looking forward to how the infrastructure holds up. They've learned so much from the current Pad 1, the OLM, the Deluge.
And I think we're going to get more pretty photographs and video from a launch mount with a big flame diverter like that.
No, Jack, we will not have pretty photographs from you because you went asteroid mining. Thanks, Astroforge. But the prediction that everybody got wrong, really wrong, was when version 3 will debut.
I think we are going to see the first launch of version 3 probably in late winter, early springtime. So probably end of February, early March, probably at the earliest.
Well,
in March of 2026, maybe right around my birthday?
I think the first launch of version 3 will be February 12th at about 9:30 p.m.
I'm going to go with March 16th, but please keep in mind I'm now 11 for 11 on guessing wrong on the actual launch date.
I'm calling it right now. So I was hoping that Flight 12 would be around the holidays. You know, I'm sitting there baking cookies while I'm watching the live stream. Everyone's in their cute NSF holiday sweaters, right? But since we are still waiting on the new launch pad to be finished, I just have this feeling in my bones that Flight 12 is going to happen at the worst possible time in February.
I'd be absolutely shocked if we see them pull off the first launch of version 3 before the end of the year.
I'm going to guess probably around the springtime frame. The pad will probably be ready way before the vehicles. I'm just excited to see a full stack on the redesigned Pad 2.
Right now, I think it's going to be spring, and I'm going to say 2026 because this could be clipped and be like, oh yeah, you were right, and it's like spring of 2027. Hopefully that doesn't happen. That being said, there were two people that were actually right. It was me. I was right. Spring 2026. Also Gage also said that. Hi Gage. Now here in SF we had a very diverse set of answers, as you can see, but there was one answer where we all agreed upon. And it was the answer to the following question that I'm going to make you, the viewer. Are you excited for today's launch? I know I am.
Outstanding. A little blast from the past there with some of the folks that we see in the video. But we are now back. We are going to do a little bit of a crew rotation, just like we do in space on the International Space Station. We also rotate our crew. I've got some work that I need to go do to prepare some of our robotic tracking assets here on the roof of the Margaritaville at South Padre. But joining me is going to be Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Dos. It's good to hear you back on the stream again, and good to be with everyone for a Starship launch again. It's been a while.
It's been a while. I said who's going to be joining me. You're very briefly going to be joining me because you're actually going to be replacing me. You're going to be taking my place, right?
Wait, you mean I'm going to have to go out to Starbase now? I'm in Florida. It's a little far away, but...
We need you here in 15 minutes. I'm done.
All right.
My shift's up.
I'll go steal a Concorde. Sounds good.
Point to point. The problem is it has to start from here and come pick you up and then come back. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Darn. All right.
All right, folks, you've seen Sawyer on all of our videos. You see Sawyer on our live stream. I will let Sawyer take it from here. Again, if you're doing questions, tag us in chat. The super chats, the tips coming in and us, the merch and stuff that you're buying across the board, all the different ways that you're supporting us. Sawyer will be helping out. Continue to say thank you for that. But for now, I'm John Galloway. I'm going to go get some more cameras set up so we have more views for you from over here at South Padre Island. And I will see you nerds later.
Thank you, Das, and thank you, chat, for joining us here for the Starship Flight 12 launch. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, as Das mentioned, and I'll be with you here for a little bit as we continue to count down to launch. Again, hopefully launching in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. If you're just joining, we did have a 30-minute delay. So it may seem like we're not going that far, but hey, look at this. We are progressing a bit. You can see there is one of the roadblocks and the vehicles are moving away. So Alex, what does that mean?
That is great news. That means that the blast danger area is being cleared and that everybody is out of that danger area, because we don't want them in that blast danger area when launch happens. As we were talking about that before, remember that we were saying that it's right on the edge, but it's still within the circle, right? It's like the difference between just staying a little bit inside of the circle and actually staying outside. You gotta be outside. Rules are rules. And so yeah, that's why it got moved. Again, it's like that road sort of curves. Once that curve is done, that's basically the end of the blast danger area. It's not really that far out. So they moved up, and that is great news because it means we're progressing towards that propellant load sequence, hopefully in about 40 minutes from now.
That is what we are hoping. As you mentioned, at about the 15-minute mark is when they do that poll to verify that they are go for propellant load. And again, all of that assuming that they continue with the countdown, which so far they are now counting down to 6 p.m. Central Time for launch. Man, that is a beautiful view. I have a feeling once we get to tanking, my heart rate is really going to start pumping. Chat, I'm guessing you're going to be the same way there with the excitement here.
Your heart is going to start pumping, but
faster.
What about the pumps? They're going to be pumping as well.
Oh, yes, exactly. We are going to hopefully see them pumping in the methane and the oxygen into this vehicle that you see here on your screen. And what still boggles my mind with Starship, especially with V3, is that the load time for this entire massive vehicle, the largest vehicle ever launched into space, is almost the exact same amount of time as a Falcon 9 vehicle, which is only 3 meters in diameter, and there is basically a transfer tube in the booster that is about the size of a Falcon 9 in it. And it only takes that short amount of time. That still is mind-boggling to me in a good way.
I thought that was a great pun, and Soy didn't even congratulate me.
He just turned it into a segue.
Of course. I try and use segues as much as I use puns. I guess I have to be on my best behavior for a stream like this today. Oh, man. Also, it was really cool to see some of the past NSF people on stream. I mean, to see Jack in there from his Flight 11 video. So many people that we've had here at NSF, if you watch past broadcasts going, where are they? They've kind of moved on, but they're doing great things. I mean, we have, what is it? We've had 5 people now who have taken the NSF pipeline to now work at SpaceX, including many of them that are in Starbase for this particular launch today. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, probably more than 5 by now, to be fair. I think I lost count already.
I think it's 5 since I've been working here at least. Possibly more, yes. But and we continue to see there that vent coming from the tower. We also saw that tank farm still kind of venty. Is there anything, Alex, that we're looking for in particular coming up now that we're kind of under that hour 20-minute mark?
We're mostly, so from a visual standpoint, the only thing remaining will be that tower vent, because it seems like it's actually doing what we saw yesterday on the wet dress rehearsal, where it sort of started, then died down, and then it started again, and then it died out. It was a mess. I have a spreadsheet here with what happened yesterday, and it's a mess of tower vent starts, tower vent disappears, tower vent starts, tower vent disappears, and multiple different times written down and everything. It's bonkers what they did yesterday with that tower event. But it seems like right now they're doing pretty much the same, because it died down before a couple of minutes ago as we were playing that video, and then it went up again, which is quite funny, to be honest. But yeah, it could be doing the same sort of behavior today as well, where it sort of starts, disappears, starts, disappears. It's a bit of a cuckoo game, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's basically just watching Advent, of course, watching for updates from SpaceX. We had that 30-minute delay being called at T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes or so, when we were tracking a liftoff at 5:30 p.m. Now we're tracking 6 p.m. So potentially in about 11 minutes from now, we may see another update from SpaceX. We'll see whether that actually occurs or not. If we don't get an update, I will venture to say that maybe if it happens to be that they actually go through and they decide to go to the poll, to that go, no go poll at T-minus 50 minutes, then that is when we might get the next official update. But as we always say, we'll just keep waiting and see what happens.
Exactly. I mean, we joke about the Texas Tank Watchers, where we would just sit and watch tanks for hours and hours. If you've been joining us, including during the stakeout stream, that's kind of what we've been doing today. But this is when things finally start to pick up and get really exciting now. The final 75 minutes, hopefully, at this point here. Also, I love the view on the bottom, as Das has been talking about, trying to protect all of our cameras and gear with that protective plating in front of that wide-angle lens. And then, of course, we have those super close-up shots like the ones you see in the top left and top middle that are probably a little bit on the dangerous close side, but that's why we're nicknaming it Danger Lot and our Danger Trailer over by Danger Hopper? I don't know. Maybe a little too far on that one. Oh, man. Now, chat, I've been seeing you guys with all of the hype in here, even with everything still going on with the delays. There's a lot of hype in chat. Ryan, is there any questions from chat?
We have questions. You can rest assured, we have questions. We have so many questions coming in. If you do have questions, do tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. First of all, ResistoJet is asking, why have they put black squares on the underside of the ship? Alex, I'm going to assume they're asking about the new patches of heat shields that have been, well, I say patches, large splodges of heat shield that have been added to the shiny side of Starship.
Yeah, based on the material that they have used to apply those tiles, it seems like they're trying to test some kind of new glue. We talked about this before, where the great majority of the tiles on Starship, about I will venture to say maybe 90% of all the tiles on Starship, maybe even more than 90% in fact, are pinned. So there are pins welded to the body of the ship, and then there's like a sort of a triangular sort of backing that is on each tile that holds the mechanical connections to those pins on the vehicle. However, there's a minority of these tiles that are in very hard to sort of place areas for these pin tiles. Like it's maybe on the tip of the nose cone, for example, the flap edges and things like that. So those are, instead of pinned, they are glued to the vehicle. And believe it or not, that is also the same way that the shuttle tiles were installed. They were actually installed with glue. And one of the things that they struggled with in the space shuttle program was with those tiles actually sticking to the vehicle, because that glue used to fail every now and then. I mean, for the most part, most of the tiles will stick on and will stay on, but then it was a challenge to actually maintain and refurbish that sort of thing. So it's no surprise that for Starship, SpaceX has lost tiles on Starships before, and the majority of them has been on the areas where they are glued, basically, where they are actually with that glue. So they're seemingly testing a new kind of glue in these leeward tiles, and we don't know what sort of composition, but they do look different because it's like purple glue of sorts, whereas the other one that we see, it's usually red colored instead. So that is basically the long answer to all of this, trying to explain a little bit the differences here. Might be people out there that might not be aware of how the Starship heat shield works.
Yeah, again, it's always joking about shuttle-derived problems, and It's very similar to the shuttle era, but it is a different material. The shuttle ones were silica-based. This is something called tough rock. And yeah, I guess using what we learned from the past and improving it for the future. And maybe, just maybe, we get a chance to actually see some of the tiles if we get one of those Starlink deploys with a camera on it. We'll get back to that in a moment. Ryan, I think you have more questions.
Yep, one more for the time being. Colonel Bologna, great at there, asking, will the rocket go straight up off the pad or will it immediately turn east to mitigate damage to the pad like previous launches? Alex, of course, from pad 1, they had that avoidance maneuver. Starship kind of tilted towards the Gulf as it ascended from pad 1 and roasted the booster quick disconnect in the process. Are we expecting something like that again on pad 2? Of course, it's a slightly different rotation orientation this time.
Well, I would expect a very similar thing to what we saw on the first pad. The big difference now is that that's basically where you don't have the booster quick disconnects, so they're not going to be roasted this time around. I don't see any other kind of difference there. I mean, my background picture sort of can show you already where you have the Starship and then the booster quick disconnects are sort of around here if we were to clear the there we go. So the booster quick disconnects are in this area. East is sort of this way in this direction to the right of the flame trench, and so it's gonna go that way. And ironically, when it goes that way, it means that then the plume is facing the other way, right? Because it's sort of sloped in an inclination sort of thing, and so the plume will be facing this way and it'll roast this area of the pad very similarly to what we saw on pad 1, just opposite. Basically it's like 90 degrees. It used to be sort of this area, now it'll be this area instead because it's gonna head this sort of way. And so that is basically what we might expect from this launch if they do the same pad avoidance maneuver that they did for pad 1. If they were to do that, then this sort of area will be the one roasted, but there's no critical infrastructure anywhere here. There's no booster quick disconnects, there's nothing, and this blade that they have around the launch mount that will be shooting up water that will be helpful for covering all of that energy and you know, temperatures and pressures and everything that will be exerted from the 33 Raptor 3 engines that are on the base of that rocket. Trying to adjust here.
There we go. Of course, as Ryan mentioned, you can tag us at NSF or at NASA Spaceflight for those questions. We try to answer as many as we can, and they don't just all have to come from Super Chats like you may have heard us talking about before. And we are doing all of this with our own cameras that you see on the screen right now, all of our own people. We have a lot of people out there in Starbase, all of our teams that have been working behind the scenes to bring all this to you. And if you can't even support us financially, a simple way to do this is literally just click the like button on the bottom of the stream. And if you like what we do, we're a bunch of space geeks and we cover this stuff all of the time. So there's also that subscribe button next to it if you're interested in following more cool things happening in spaceflight, especially with Starship itself. So we appreciate you guys watching as well. Now, one thing I mentioned before in terms of watching was going to be hopefully getting to see some of Starship itself with the Starlink payloads. And again, it's interesting the wording that they changed now. It's not necessarily Starlink simulators, but in the paperwork that they've applied for, it does say Starlink satellites. So they might be operational satellites. Of course, this is not going into orbit. This is still a suborbital trajectory. But we're talking the possibility of seeing actual Starlink satellites for V3 deploying the flat pack type, and maybe seeing one or two of them with a camera on board. Because I know that's something that we've been talking about here, is hopefully, if all goes well, maybe SpaceX will show us a view of the outside of the ship from one of those Starlink satellites. The caveat, of course, being that will kind of be on the dark portion of its trajectory. But I mean, Alex, that wording is really suggesting that these aren't just the quote-unquote dumb links or mass simulators that we've seen of the last couple flights here.
Yeah, because it says including a payload deployment of 20 Starlink simulators, similar in size to next generation Starlink V3 satellites, and 2 specially modified Starlink satellites. And that is interesting because it also doesn't even include what kind of satellites is it? Is it like, can you imagine if it's a V2 mini of sorts, like the ones that are launched by Falcon 9? Those are sort of like half the size of the Starlinks that Starship carries, but you could in theory sort of have one that has sort of like extensions that reach out to the pest dispenser of sort, right? We were telling about this sort of as a joke for ride shares for other companies. Instead of having to develop a satellite the size of the Starlink satellites, instead of like they can still be flat packed so they can fit through the pest dispenser. But in theory, you don't need it to be as huge because it's like 7 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. That is huge satellite, right? In theory, as long as you have extensions that reach out to the rails of the pest dispenser, you can have the satellite sort of in the middle. That would be hilarious if there was some kind of next generation pest dispenser that can do that sort of thing. So who knows? Like you could in theory even do that with V2 minis, the ones that are launched on Falcon 9 and have a great production system already for that sort of thing running. Who knows? We don't know because it just only says two specially modified Starlink satellites. We don't know if they are V3 satellites, if they are V2 minis with extensions or whatever. Can you imagine if they are even V1 and those are even smaller satellites? But it will be funny otherwise. It's going to be an interesting thing to find out. And this is why we always enjoy these launches, because you're always learning new things.
You know why we also enjoy them? Well, we enjoy the tank watching part. We don't enjoy announcing this part. SpaceX announcing that there is indeed another delay into the count. So originally they were targeting 6 p.m. Central Time. They have added an additional 30 minutes to that. So they are now targeting 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So unfortunately, that clock in the top left that has added time to it is in fact now correct. Yeah. I know everyone's getting worried and all of the boos and issues. We don't know exactly why at this point, just that they are continuing to push it a little bit. But I guess they still have at least 30 more minutes in this window, which is a nice thing to keep in mind. And add in the fact also that not only do you have 30 minutes more in the window, but let's say they were to start the prop load in an hour and 35 minutes from now and they notice something, they can hold a little bit into this count. We don't know exactly how long with V3, but I know for V2, it was about, 15-ish to 20-ish minutes that they could hold with propellant loaded on the vehicle. So maybe they just go for the prop load and becomes a WDR anyway, although we don't exactly know, again, why this is, but SpaceX indeed pushing things 30 more minutes. And I'm guessing we haven't seen anything else on any of the socials from SpaceX announcing why, correct?
It doesn't say SpaceX. I don't see any sort of indication of what exactly is delaying this mission. We know that at least the weather has improved way better. Like it's dramatically better than earlier in the window. I mean, we started our stakeout stream and it was pouring really hard on these things. So this is one of the things that it's usually, it would be great if we got a bit more information here of what exactly is that it's holding them. It appears as if they're sort of keeping tank farms chilled down. We can see there that venting going on there. It's sort of like it's all in a standstill, so to speak, ready to go whenever they are ready to actually proceed with propellant load, and then sort of kick off the next step in this final portion of preparations ahead of that propellant load. Again, it's something that we really don't know. SpaceX has just now confirmed on X that new T0 of 6:30 p.m. Central, but with no sort of note of what exactly is that it's delaying this launch into the window. Still remaining another 30 more minutes, so if they need those 30 minutes and they still need to work through things, they'll probably take it. So we'll keep an eye on the clock. As always, we were saying this before, that it happened, the first delay happened sort of around T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes when it was tracking 5:30 p.m. Then when it was tracking 6 p.m., it happened around the same time as well, T-minus 1 hour and 6 minutes, T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes, more or less. I would expect if there's another delay, we may have to wait until that, now that we are tracking 6:30 p.m. Central.
That is something that we will watch. And you mentioned the weather. Earlier, the weather was looking quite rough with a whole bunch of rain and things if you're watching the stakeout stream. Ryan, weather seems a lot more improved compared to what we had.
The weather, Sawyer, is so much better than it was when we all woke up this morning. This is the radar behind me around the Brownsville area. And as you can see, there is really nothing at all concerning. I mean, we can look further inland. I'm not seeing any rain popping up. We can look out to the Gulf. I'm not seeing any rain popping up. I mean, at least on the radar, things are looking a little bit better, quite significantly better than they were when we began our stakeout coverage 10 hours before the original planned launch time. I'll also bring up our forecast of the dew point and air temperature again. This is kind of indicating where clouds could be. So this is more for visibility than for launch criteria itself. But if we have a look here in the 9-kilometer range, there's a little bit of cloud that could be popping up, and we're seeing that on our cameras of this cloud, you know, a little bit higher up. So shouldn't be impacting initial launch views, but maybe that's something that our team will have to kind of fingers crossed and dodge around when it comes to the launch itself, because Starship, of course, is going to be going a little bit higher in the sky than 9 kilometers. Fingers crossed, we hope, fingers crossed, it's more like 150 kilometers and it makes it all the way to the Indian Ocean. So fingers crossed this cloud doesn't get in the way.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping. And we were always talking about with that graphic, oh, don't worry, that's towards the end of the window. That's 90 minutes into the window for that. And yeah, we are now 60 minutes into that 90-minute window. So it's getting closer and closer to those conditions. But at least we have that clear radar compared to this morning when teams were setting up some of those cameras and everything. It looked quite wet and quite miserable. Now, it's interesting with these vents here. I mean, Alex, after the wet dress rehearsal, we saw them going for hours and hours. And then, of course, if you were watching earlier, we saw the tanker trucks lining up pretty much all night, overnight, until just a couple hours ago, loading up that tank farm. Can you kind of walk us through it when we talk about the tank farm, what exactly we're looking at and what this venting kind of is?
Yeah, we have this very useful overlay from Ryan Kaling himself, and with the help of Ryan Weber, the two Ryans working together here to bring us this overlay. So let's start, how about all the way to the right? So the methane reclaim vent that we see there being pointed at, that is part of the system that turns the methane from gas to liquid, because you have that boiling off as you flow it through pipes and subcoolers and all the things, and you don't want to vent that because it's a hazardous gas, and so you turn it back into a liquid, and that's the vent. In that case, that's venting nitrogen. It's not venting any methane. It's just part of the system that turns that methane gas into methane liquid. Subcooler vents, similar thing, where you have nitrogen being vented off as they subcool. They densify that propellant from boiling temperature down to about 20 degrees Celsius lower than usual, that boiling temperature, basically. Box fan vent, that other vent as well, that is for the chill down of the pumps, chill down of the subcoolers as well. In the case of the subcooler vents, in this case, I believe that's the methane side of things. So it's for the methane subcoolers. The ones for the liquid oxygen subcoolers go to the box fan vent. It's a whole different thing. We will need an entire 1-hour stream for that. We're not for that. We're here for the launch, so I'm running quickly through this. Service structure methane drain, and then service structure oxygen drain that you see there in the middle. Those two relate to part of the end of the countdown, when everything is loaded on the vehicles and the OLM, the orbital launch mount, has already done its thing. Then the service structure that is next to it, that sort of shield at the base to the of the launch mount, that one gets purged. They drain all of the things in order to be able to save it and basically make it safe. That's the whole word that I used for that, in order to reduce the risk of anything going wrong. And then the tower event, which we've been seeing for the last hour or so, just part of that chill down of the liquid oxygen line that goes up the tower, and so what is venting out of there is oxygen. But that is basically what we're seeing right now. As I said, to explain all of this in more detail, we will need an entire 1 to 2 hour live stream, but we're here for the launch.
Yes, and for those just joining us as we reach right around the top of the hour here, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF, NASASpaceflight.com, a group of space enthusiasts here with all of our cameras and team set up in the field to bring you views and sounds and everything leading up to Starship's 12th flight and the first of V3. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF. And at this point, you may be looking at the clock and going, wait a minute, that should be at T-minus 30 minutes for the opening of the window at 5:30. SpaceX has indeed pushed that window by about an hour up to this point. So as of right now, they are targeting launch about an hour and 30 minutes from now. So that is 6:30 p.m. Central Time, and the window does extend until 7 Central Time if they need it. As we were just talking about, we've been seeing that tank farm quite active at this point, but not loading those propellants yet. And that doesn't happen, by the way, until we are about, about 40-ish minutes until launch is when we start to see those prop loads begin. So we still have plenty of time to get there and plenty of time to answer your questions at NSF at NASA Spaceflight. You can see from the screen the weather looking much better than it was earlier today. And right now, everything proceeding. We don't know why they've pushed an hour into the window. SpaceX hasn't specifically said the reason for that, just that they have indeed been delaying it 30 minutes at a time. A reminder, this is the first flight of version 3. So while it may look very similar to the Starships of the past 11 flights, there is a lot that is different underneath the hood. So there are a lot of inner workings that have changed. We are talking brand new engines as opposed to the Raptor V2s. These are the Raptor V3s. You have a lot new inner plumbing and wiring, the new downcomer inside the booster, different tile setup for some of the parts of the ship. So much has changed that you can almost call this a brand new vehicle in a way. And in fact, it essentially is, hence why they're switching the name to V3. This is also the first time that we will see the brand new launch pad fully used for a liftoff. This is the first time Pad 2 has seen a full stack ready for launch on top of it. All the other ones have been from Pad 1, which is currently undergoing refurbishments. Another new thing for this one is also the trajectory a bit. Things are quite changed from what we've seen. Yeah, I mean, sure, it's still going to be splashing down into the Indian Ocean. The booster will still be splashing down in the Gulf, but there's a bunch of differences to where it's going and also the timing a little bit. Ryan, do you want to kind of walk us through what some of these changes are?
Absolutely. You know, one of the interesting things, I'm actually going to start at the end of the flight. It might sound counterintuitive, but if you give me a minute, this is the air hazard which has been put in place for re-entry of Starship. It'll be coming from, of course, over Africa, heading this way towards the coast of Australia, which you can just about see, just there, creeping into frame. But this big hook here, this is the really interesting thing, because on the last flight of Starship, we saw them doing kind of a banked maneuver with Starship as it tilted towards the splashdown site in the Indian Ocean, and that we believe was actually a simulation of the trajectory they would fly when returning to Starbase for the tower catch. Because of course, if you've seen the animation, SpaceX's animation shows the ship coming in from the north and landing, coming over the tower and landing in the chopsticks in the tower. So they have to do this kind of banked trajectory, as you can see, heading up towards the north, then turning around and coming back down south in order to hit that tower catch. And that's a very interesting thing. This is, of course, a bit more of a different trajectory. It's more than just this hook at the end of the trajectory, because if we move over to Starbase proper, we can see here that there is a brand new flight corridor which heads a bit more southeast than we saw with the previous flight corridor here in white. Before they'd launch out of Starbase and fly over the Gulf, threading the needle between Florida and Cuba. And now, instead of going between Florida and Cuba, they're going to be going between Mexico and Cuba. So a couple of degrees inclination, a bit more southeast than what we saw on the previous 11 attempts of Starship. One of the reasons for this could be because it's a bit closer to the operational Starlink inclination that they will want to be hitting with Starship. Another possibility is the fact that air traffic between the United States and this area of the Caribbean, notably Puerto Rico, a little bit more busy than the air traffic headed between, let's say, Cuba and Guatemala. So a little bit less air traffic disruption by flying in this corridor than when flying in this corridor. And at the end of the day, when you add all of these things together, you get one more big trajectory. If I can find it, I can't find it. I'll show you that later. But that is the initial air hazard areas, which is the new trajectory that Starship will be flying. I'll show you the full thing later.
We're looking forward to that coming up. There you go. It's a reason to stay tuned, folks. We will have more graphics from Ryan Caton. But yeah, so the timings also, given that this is a lot more powerful engines on these vehicles, might also change a little bit. Some things will happen a little bit quicker than they have in the past. And while we have some time here, again, the tower event stopping and starting and the kind of dying down part at the moment here. Alex, these Raptor V3s, I mean, we talk about the strength of Raptor V2s and how powerful they are, and if you've seen what a Raptor V3 looks like, they look so simplified, and yet they are so powerful. What kind of a difference are we talking about here, Alex, between V2 Raptor engines and V3s, besides a lot more power?
It's almost 10% higher thrust in this case, so we go from 230 metric tons of thrust to 250 metric tons of thrust. So if you're a pound user, now I don't know the one per engine, but I do know that at liftoff, Super Heavy created about 16 million pounds with Raptor 2 engines. Now with Raptor 3 engines, it's actually over 18 million pounds of thrust. So that is a lot of thrust. That will be about 81,000 kilonewtons of thrust if you use kilonewtons. If you just use tons of thrust or metric tons of thrust, that will be, if I'm not mistaken, 8,250 metric tons of thrust. I sort of have to know these numbers off the top of my head because otherwise it would be messy having to look these numbers all the time. But that's basically how big these numbers are. It's bonkers. Das talked about this at the beginning of this stream, where like whatever records you might think about for a rocket of how big, how powerful, how heavy, all of those go to this rocket because it is the tallest Starship rocket to ever fly of all of the configurations. It is the heaviest, the most powerful. I mean, whatever way you put it, it's breaking all sorts of records today if it launches, which we want to launch, by the way. I want it to launch.
Well, I mean, it will definitely launch. It's just a matter of when it will launch. So hopefully an hour and 20 minutes from now, we will see those 33 Raptor V3s ignite on the booster, and shortly after, those 6 Raptors up on the ship, the 3 Raptor Vacuum and the 3 Raptor Sea Level, which I saw someone asking, when are we going to get the 6 variant, the 9-engine version of the ship? I think that's still a little ways away. They kind of need to prove that the variant that you see on your screen works, considering this exact configuration has not flown yet before today. Oh boy. It's still exciting. Again, it may not be at the launch exactly yet, and they still have 30 minutes if they need to use it. Let's hope that they don't need to use it. That's what we're really hoping for, and that we see this thing lift off shortly. I know we've been getting a lot of support. I've been seeing all the awesome messages popping up in chat from everyone. It's great to hear from all of you. But we've also been getting some support that I do want to make sure that we thank, because we can only do what we do because of support from you. Ryan, do you mind hitting a couple of those for us and thanking the people?
It's a nice rhyme from you there, Sawyer. First of all, Russell, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. These aren't all of them. These are just the big ones because, like I said, there are over 135 store messages in this panel right now. So it would take us all the way until launch to read them out. But we will get to them, I do promise. Continuing to scroll down the list here, we got a big tip from Kevin G. A $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Here's a little something. I mean, you're so subtle, Kevin. Here's a little something to keep it going. Seriously, thank you so much. That is bonkers support. Same to Paul with a $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you. Tibbeth with a €100 super chat. I mean, what else? What have we done to deserve this? Thank you so much for your support. They're asking if there are different payload sizes planned for V3 variants, or will those have to be V3? I know the dummy Starlink V2s on this one's 44 tons, but will V3 be able to do more than 100 tons to low Earth orbit? What do you think, Alex? Are they going to be changing the... I assume they're asking about the number of satellites that they'll be loading to be able to actually physically fit compared to the mass.
The ones that can fit in this space dispenser are about 60 of them at a time. It depends what kind of... I think maybe they were getting confused between Starlink versions and Starship versions. So the Starlink version has changed now from the V2 to the V3. They have iterated. Like originally Starship was supposed to launch Starlink V2, but instead they just kept it to V2 minis on Falcon 9 instead. Yeah, they have iterated already on those, and they have created the Starlink version 3 satellites now. those are still the same size, but obviously all of the hardware has been changed, and so that's the important thing. We don't know exactly how heavy those are. I wouldn't venture to say whether it's 44 tons. There's multiple different numbers out there. Some people take, for example, a 2 metric ton number from a certain documentation from a Federal Communications Commission permit, where it talks about whether it's like a study about the deorbiting of these satellites, but then it says we're just establishing it that it is 2 metric tons. It might not be 2 metric tons. Then for the old version 2 satellites that are also sort of the same size, Elon said at one point that it was about 1.25 tons basically in mass. So anywhere in between 1.25 and 22 tons, and 2 tons, you get, I think it's like between 30 and 44 metric tons for the full 22 satellites that are riding on this vehicle. And so that is definitely not the limit. They can load, at least from a volume standpoint, up to 60 of those on the PES dispenser. We've seen the stacks and everything on the renders and everything, but also the PES dispensers themselves. You can see them when they roll them out, and you can see the slots and all that. Apart from that, SpaceX has also confirmed already that it's 60 of them. Other sorts of variations of the Starlink satellite, like the direct-to-cell satellites version 3, those might be 50, according to the IPO documentation that was released yesterday. But other than that, it will not hit, I think, the mass limit of Starship. Any more questions?
And we have just one more of the big ones coming in. One Beat Short, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. And with that, I will hand it back to Sawyer.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate you checking in on that. Appreciate everyone helping out with the support here as we continue to count down to Starship Flight 12. About an hour, 15 minutes to go. We are getting to within that 5 or 10 minute range of where we saw them push it last time, so hopefully we make it beyond that point. As we mentioned, the big poll that they use for the go for prop load is about the T-minus 50 minute mark, so we still have a little bit of time to do that poll, but the last couple times that they pushed it, they did do it a little bit earlier, prior to that 1 hour mark. So all eyes are going to be peeled on socials, on all of the posts, and of course, what you see here on your screen right now with all the tank farm activity, with all of the vents and the lines and everything that you see on your screen. It is starting to get to feel real at this point. As mentioned, they do still have 30 more minutes in the window if they need it. We are, of course, hoping that they don't need it at this point. So right now, again, it still boggles my mind at how big this vehicle is. I mean, obviously, in the box comparison, I'm not larger than Starship, that's for darn sure. But it is a really tall vehicle. You are fitting a Falcon 9 inside the booster itself. And in terms of diameter, you are talking 3 meters versus 9 meters in diameter. It is a massive difference. So when we talk about this being the world's most powerful rocket, the world's biggest rocket ever launched, it is. And a reminder that V3 is even slightly taller than V2. Anything that we're seeing right now as we continue to look at the tank farm and all of the venting and things from the lines, Alex?
Yeah, it seems like they're just keeping steady that tank farm. The only thing that I noticed was that on the tower, it seems like they further chilled down that liquid oxygen line on the quick disconnect arm that goes to the ship. It's a bit more frosty further down the line, if you will. There's like a certain valve that they can actuate and continue the chill down closer to the ship. Instead of just being up to the tower, it sort of continues to the ship. It's very similar, Sawyer, we cover this many times with Falcon 9, when we talk about the T-minus 20 minute vent, and we say that chills down the lines that go up to the second stage and things like that. Technically, I believe that one is actually sort of the last mile chill down sort of thing, right? Where it's that connection in between the Stromac and the line that actually hits the sort of interface with the second stage of Falcon 9. Very similarly here, it seems like the lines that go to the ship are split between, you know, all of the things that go underground and up the tower, and then you go to the quick disconnect arm, and then there's like a valve that stops that flow. and then you have another stretch of that pipe that goes all the way through the quick disconnect arm out to the ship. And so it seems like it is that little bit of that line that goes up to the ship that is now, at least I see it frosty. I don't know if it might be the illumination or something like that. I do not see the same on the methane side of things. It seems like that is still being held at ambient temperature, but we may see that being kicked in once they are much more ready to go into this propellant load sequence. Again, we are at least 21 minutes away from that go no go pull sequence, and it might be a little bit more until we actually get that propellant load sequence with liquid oxygen load starting on the ship at T-minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds. So still a while.
Still a little while to go, but one thing I've noticed with rocket launches as someone who typically covers them both here online and doing the field coverage for NSF for some of the launches, the final hour goes by so ridiculously fast, it doesn't feel like time is real at that point. When you are in the moment and everything locked in, especially once you get that go for prop load, time just flies. So hopefully we get to that point, and once we do, I promise you, chat, you'll be looking at the clock going, wait a minute, I thought it was just an hour to go. Now it's a half hour to go. Now it's 10 minutes to go. Now they're ready. So hopefully we will see that coming up very soon. Also, I love this view, being able to look up at the Starship ship itself, seeing some of those tile patches there and some of the upgrades there to the V3 ship. This, our team able to deploy a trailer full of cameras to a lot that is, I believe, about under 1,000 feet away from the rocket. So our cameras there, we're calling it Danger Lot now, and our Danger Trailer over there getting really close. So fingers crossed it will actually survive all the way through, but we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting to see how these cameras survive, and also importantly how the rest of the infrastructure, the trailer itself, the solar panels, everything stays on this. It'll be exciting though. Excitement guaranteed, as SpaceX always says in their timelines. And I think excitement will definitely be guaranteed. There's definitely the excitement as well for everybody out in the field counting down. I know Isla Blanca Park, there was still some people getting in there about an hour ago. I'm sure it's quite different now. But yeah, that's one of those that fills up really quickly. We also have team members, you may be able to hear some of them over at Rocket Ranch. We are very grateful that they allow us to have a camera there. It is another great spot to see a launch from pretty darn close. And speaking of, apparently, we have a surprise, according to Kevin Michael Reed, the producer. What do we have? Is that Max Evans? Hi, Max.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Rocket Ranch Outpost, which is also known as a front row seat to Launch Pad 2, or just Pad 2, I guess, in this case, for Starbase. Still getting acclimated from the Space Coast of Florida. But we are here with a bunch of people who have come out today to watch this first launch attempt for Flight 12 on this, what turned out to be a beautiful afternoon. We were a bit concerned with the weather this morning, but it looks like the forecast has improved greatly since then. Despite the 2 30-minute slips into the countdown. We are monitoring that as well as everyone else is. But as far as we can tell here, we have a great view out to the launch pad, and so does everybody else here. I forgot how good of a view this was. Like, that 7 months, I don't know about you, D's behind the camera right now. It is so good to be back right now. It's difficult to overstate. So everybody, enjoy our coverage as best you possibly can. We are bringing you all the views that we possibly can. This is going to be a good one, and hopefully the weather cooperates and the countdown continues as planned towards 6:30 and no more delays. But back to you guys in the studio, and go Starship.
Thank you, Max Evans out at Rocket Ranch. You can see all the people behind him, and with all the excitement behind him, I know the microphone's like, wait, I want to jump into this. So, yeah, a little jumpy there, but great to see Max, and excited to see the views that he gets from there. As you can see, it's a pretty clear shot over to the pad from there. It's a good view, And it helps also now having that bi-directional flame diverter. So if you've seen any of the launches in the past from Starship, it becomes very difficult to see the rocket as soon as those engines ignite because, yeah, there was no real place for that exhaust to go except up and around the vehicle. Now having the new flame diverter is a huge improvement. In fact, that's one of many improvements to what Elon and SpaceX in the past have called Stage 0. And by that, we mean all of the ground support equipment. If you've been watching any of our coverage the last couple days, which if you're not, I don't know where you've been, or seeing any of the posts on our socials, X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, you've been seeing all of the deluge tests that they have been doing for the last week or so at this pad. It has been, I think 9 of them or 10 of them in the last week alone. So yeah, they are really making sure that everything is in place to protect the pad and protect the vehicle. And I mean, we've seen a little bit of a difference with the way the water goes. So, but yeah, so it's amazing to see this thing fully stacked here. Of course, we talked about the Stage 0, but we also have Stage 1 and Stage 2. And to see those stacked together is really cool. But of course, you have to stack them. And of course, before you stack them, you have to build them. But the real question is, how do you build a Starship? Well, if you ever wanted to build one of your own, we now have this brand new merch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you followed our Artemis collection, this may seem a little bit familiar, continuing in the style of how to assemble your own for a certain furniture store from a Scandinavian country that we don't want to necessarily name for copyright infringement. But it's very similar to that, and you even see the little umlauts in the name there. But yeah, that is how to build a Starship with the ship itself, with all the amazing changes that have been made to it for V3. So we talked about all the changes to Stage 0, but you can see some of those stages right there on the shirt. And this is now part of our Flight 12 collection that we have at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can see it right there at the top of the page. We have all the different shirts. We've got mugs. There's baby onesies. There's Hawaiian shirts now, which are really cool. And you can see there is that new design included in there. Of course, don't forget, we also have some of these new designs. Yep, like this brand new Hawaiian shirt. I have one of the ones for Dragon, but now we've got a new Starship. Look at that, with the belly flop. I love it, with the flip and burn. So you can flip and burn as you flip some lays on top of your shirt in this Hawaiian shirt. This is such a cool design. I love it. Even the entry heating. And look at that, it's got the flame diverter we were just talking about there. It's got the pad too. That's awesome.
Yeah,
and of course, boy, I hope we get to see that today.
Oh man, I hope we get to see that too. Hopefully it launches and hopefully we get to that point in flight. And then of course, we also have the pins and patches version of it too. Apparently we have less than a quarter of all of our patches left. The supply is down to less than a quarter of them, under 25% remaining. And once they are gone, they are gone. We do not add them back in some special reprint or anything. They're gone. So all of this at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The shirts are there. People have been asking about the pins. I used to love collecting pins. I need to get back into it. And I got to get my ones for Starship now too. I know Alex has been flexing his mug that he's been drinking hot cocoa out of.
We're not showing it because I actually, there we go. That's the Flight 12 patch on the mug and also on the shirt as well. So there you go. You can have it on all sorts of different things. I actually still have a little bit of cocoa, but it's no longer hot because it's been a while since I actually served it. So yeah.
So you need new thermal conditioning for your mug at this point now.
I'm sure maybe some of the tumblers that we have in our store might help me in the future. I still do not have any of those yet, but maybe I'll have to acquire one of those.
There you go. That would be cool. Of course, I'm wearing my Flight 12 shirt as well. Super comfy. But yeah, the hot cocoa is dissipating. We don't see any exhaust coming from Alex's cup. We, of course, still see the everything that you see with the frost there on the fuel tanks and all of the farm over there. Of course, you see all the people down there, too. I believe this is the camera that was over at Rocket Ranch. All the people there enjoying some Texas barbecue. Boy, now am I hungry. So thanks for that, Max and Dee, and for the team over at Rocket Ranch for providing that.
Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, but we're also hungry for a launch, which hopefully we are about an hour and 2 minutes away from that happening. We've seen them have a couple of pushes so far into the window at this point, but right now they are still proceeding. We have made it further than we have the last 2 times. So it is getting exciting now. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully they continue with the countdown. And if so, that would be a liftoff at 6:30 p.m. Central Time, about an hour into the hour-and-a-half long window that we have for today's attempt. Oh man, what a view. This is so cool. Of course, the birds enjoying it. You've got the tank farm going. I know people were talking about the box fans. I know those weren't on the original graphics, Alex, but what were those box fans doing? Because it looked extra kind of venty around part of that tank farm there.
It's just part of the system that they use because back in the day they will just dump it overboard with like different size tubes and things like that. Nowadays, what they do is those tubes, instead of leading to just the ground, they lead to a fan that is literally blowing upwards. And so that means they can blow up all of that venting instead of sort of staying on the ground like a carpet. It goes up and then it floats away. And so that's why nowadays you may see the tank farm and you might think, wow, that's a lot more active than I saw when Pad 1 was going on and things like that. That's because the Pad 1 tank farm used to be, again, this sort of carpet on the ground sort of thing. It was more, how to say this, more lazy, if you will. The vents will just sort of stay there, rest on the ground, and the nitrogen will sort of hang around and everything. That was very iconic, very fun, and very enjoying. For example, when they did the first catch on Flight 5 and the booster came back, the boom of the sonic boom of that vehicle literally blew away all of that carpet of condensation that had remained on the pan after liftoff. It is nice, but it can become hazardous when you have a lot of nitrogen concentrations. It is true that nitrogen makes up 70% or something, 78 I think of our air. But you don't want it to make up the 100% of our air, because then you don't have oxygen, and that is not great. And so that is one of the benefits, for example, of blowing these things with that upwards vent, and that's what the box fan vent is about.
By the way, you know what else is exciting? We are now under 1 hour to go until launch of Starship Flight 12. So far, SpaceX continuing to proceed with the countdown. At this point, we are now under an hour to go. The excitement is getting real. I mean, I'm starting to feel the hype. I don't know about you guys. Alex, you feeling the hype?
I am. We're really close now. We are just under 1 hour to go. It is one of those things where it's like we have not heard anything from SpaceX yet, so it does seem like we may be closer now to that start of the go no go pull sequence, which should hopefully be in now under 9 minutes.
Oh man, that is so cool. Under 9 minutes potentially from that. I'm guessing you're excited here too, Ryan. Also, I saw Scott Manley in chat pointing out, which by the way, hello Scott.
Hello.
Pointing out that Scott's seeing Jared Isaacman's plane apparently inbound. So hopefully.
I don't know if they would say this publicly, but I wonder if they've waited for the special guest to arrive. I don't know. I do see. Yep, I see that now. I see an F5 on its way over the Gulf of Mexico, inbound from the northeast. So I will hang on. I've got a thing I can show you. Let me see if this works. Yeah, let's do it.
He
do
got
it live.
so
Here
happy
we go.
saying that.
Yeah, I have a thing. Okay, I actually have a button for this, unlike the timeline earlier. Let's see if it's still on there. Oh, he's not on just yet. It's a bit too. I need to zoom out. He's up there. He's up there. Okay, so if we wait a few minutes, I'll come back to you in a few minutes. Once again, bear with me, and fingers crossed he's closer to Brownsville Airport and we'll be able to put him on screen.
Oh, man. that's when you know it's getting real here, when NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman also flying in. We talked about this a bunch. A reminder that Starship is part of the Artemis program. So as much as it's SpaceX's deal here, from SpaceX's launch site, SpaceX's range, all of that, this is the vehicle that will, if all goes well, land humans back on the moon for the first time since the 1970s. The Human Landing Services variant of Starship is set to be the lunar lander, and hopefully we will see a version of it ready to go for Artemis 3 next year, when they can do the rendezvous and docking tests with it in Earth orbit. And then, if all goes well, have it land on the moon a year later. Man, this is so cool. But yeah, the hype at this point, I think, is really starting to feel real. Sure, we've been pushing through the delays and everything, but man, seeing that tank farm going again. Alex, is there anything that we should be looking out for prior to that go, no-go poll?
Prior to it, maybe not, but I would expect once they give their go to see that tower vent coming back and do the final chill down before propellant load. There's like, again, I talked about this earlier in the stream. It sort of turns into a cape sort of behind the tower sort of thing. So yeah, that vent that you can see in this, there we go, in that view on my right, I guess, and then also here above, it might actually be here. There we go. I think this is it. I was talking about it. I think this might be the reactivation of it and turning stronger, which might be an indication that they are indeed gonna go for propellant load. Of course, we're gonna wait for the official confirmation, but that is a really good sign, because this is some of the last few things that we should expect.
It's almost like you know what you're talking about, Alex.
Yeah, I was actually pointing about this. I don't know the timings because it's a new pad, so that was the only thing that was a little bit off. I said maybe after the poll actually concludes, but this is before that T-minus 50-minute point, and it has already started. When that disappears, usually that means then that liquid oxygen load has begun on the ship. But there we can see it's growing. Yeah, I think that is the actual final vent of that tower before we go into propellant load. So that's a really good sign.
That's a great sign. And again, we should be about 5 minutes from that go, no-go poll for propellant load. And of course, while we see the kind of venting in the clouds coming from the tower there, you notice what's behind that rocket? That looks like pretty clear blue skies to me. I mean, the weather looks dramatically better from what we saw earlier this morning and throughout the day, and it's been clearing up as the day has been going on, and that is what we like to see, is beautiful weather. Of course, we're not the official SpaceX weather officers that they have there, but just from the Mark 1 eyeballs and just from the Mark 1 cameras that we have out there, the views look beautiful, and that's what we like to see, clear skies. So hopefully we get great views of the rocket all the way uphill. This is so exciting, folks. Again, I'm going to have to keep checking my heart rate. It's just going to keep going up the closer we get to all of this. Chat, what are your heart rates at yet? Is it starting to pick up yet, or is it just me? And there you go. You can see the base of, as we were talking about earlier, stage 0 there. There's a look up at some of that venting and the ship. Again, cycling through all of the different cameras that we have here, those blue skies above, that is picture perfect launch weather. As someone who has seen launches in person, that looks pretty good.
I mean, when I woke up and I saw the weather radar and I saw the grim grey skies, I mean, our field, I'm not in the field. The field team were drenched. They were getting rained on. They were setting up cameras. I'm sure it was miserable for them. But I'm very happy that the weather has turned out in our favour for the launch window. Fingers crossed, 53 minutes is when it will happen.
Exactly. Again, they had originally said going into today that the weather was 55% favorable. They have not given an updated official weather forecast percentage, but I think it's safe to say that it's a little higher than 55%. The only other issue, I guess, would have been upper level winds, but it doesn't seem to be an issue. And of course, they launch different weather balloons throughout the course of the day to keep an eye on those upper level winds. And it's not even so much about the speed of it, it's more of the change in direction at that point. If it shifts too dramatically from one direction to the other, that's when you get wind shear, and that's what causes issues with kind of getting rockets out of shape there. One thing maybe we'll see with these blue skies is some of the planes flying around. Of course, they have the keep out area so that planes don't fly into the path of it or around it, but you're seeing a new plane on the screen.
Hello everyone, look at this. Wrong side, look at this. Ghost 11. That is an F5 registered under NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, so it looks like a VIP, if not more, are on their way to Starbase right now. Typically when they fly in a group of aircraft flying in formation, only one of those aircraft will actually be communicating its position to the outside world. So there's a very good chance this aircraft is the first, kind of the head aircraft, and there's some trailing aircraft, maybe two or three additional F5s in trail as well. But they might go straight for Brownsville. I would be hesitant to say there'll be a fly past this close into the countdown. We're at T-minus 51 minutes. They're going to be loading props shortly. There's a big blast danger area. Maybe they'll fly past the production site, or they'll just head to Brownsville. Either way, Jared Isaacman's F5s are arriving in Starbase just in time for launch, suspiciously close to after when SpaceX delayed the launch. So I wonder if there'll be some questions as to whether that timing was intentional or not. But either way, Jared Isaacman's aircraft are on the scene.
Do we know what time that took off from approximately, or does it not say?
I would have to go back and look. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Well, thank you for the skies update there. We looked at the cloud update, then we got the plane update. Back in the day, it used to be Kevin Michael Reed who would give the cloud updates. There are clouds or there are not clouds. I think there's still a command for it. We are about a minute away from that big decision point of hopefully giving the go for prop load. This isn't something that we're going to get to audibly hear, though, Alex, is it? And even in their launch control center, is this something that you would actually hear out loud, or is it kind of like Falcon 9 where a lot of it is done digitally?
This one, we know at least it is actually like a proper go, no-go poll sequence where the flight director goes to all operators or, propellant load operations, blah, 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 all the things, and then they go, go, all the things. And so it's a bit different than on Falcon 9 where, you don't hear anything from the countdown nets, which is a bit, a bit disappointing, but I guess that's going to be the future of Starship. Right now, it's just in test flights and whatnot, but I will guess that in the future, Starship operations will also transition into more automated systems. And we have now confirmation that the Starship team is go for propellant load from SpaceX on X, confirming that right now. And so, man, this is like, I'm now hyped for this. We're getting ready to go.
Oh man, even more hyped, I guess. I mean, we've already been pretty hyped at this point, but now the hype is even more real as we are go for prop load. Alex, do you mind kind of walking us through what will happen during prop load when things happen? Because it does happen surprisingly quickly for a vehicle of this size.
Yeah, so once they start propellant load sequence, we'll see first that tower vent disappearing, and that'll be our clue that the ship main tank for liquid oxygen will start being loaded. So that should happen at T-minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds. About 4 minutes later, at T-minus 35 minutes, the booster liquid oxygen tank will start getting loaded. Then about 17 seconds later, at T-minus 34 minutes and 43 seconds, the booster fuel load will start. That is the methane tank there on the top. And then at T-minus 32 minutes and 59 seconds, so about 2 minutes or so after that previous step in the countdown, there'll be the final tank to be start loading, which will be the ship main liquid methane tank, which will start that loading. Of course, later down in the countdown, we'll also have the loading of the methane and liquid oxygen tanks for the ship headers. But other than that, man, that's the greatest indication that we always get, that we are go to see this full stack getting frosty and ready to launch.
Hey, guess what? We're 48 minutes from launch. It has been about 7 months since we have seen a Starship launch, at least intentionally, off of a pad here in Starbase. It is getting real. We are under an hour away, under 50 minutes away. Prop load set to begin in just a little bit. It makes it more real when you hear it like that. 7 months we've been waiting for this. How many years have we been talking about, oh, pad 2 under construction. Oh, look, we're now seeing them start to do parts of the flame diverter, parts of the tower going up. No, it's up. It's operational. It's ready. They are about to start loading propellant into a Starship that is ready to launch from a brand new pad, a brand new variant that, if all goes well, the vehicle that you are seeing on your screen right now will be the future of Starship for the foreseeable future here with V3. I guess the question then is, when?
Here's ignition.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Registration cut off.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
Fly, baby, fly. Let's go!
The booster is no go for a catch.
I'm very hyped. Are you hyped? I hope you're hyped in chat. Sawyer, are you hyped?
I am beyond hyped from that. You could tell I was hyped beforehand, but yeah, the hype is even more real now.
Alex, I have to be honest. I'm in a little bit of disbelief. We're 45 minutes away from the launch of Starship V3. If you told me this yesterday, after we had that not so wet dress rehearsal, I'd be honest, I probably wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We're here now, 45 minutes away from launch. It's bonkers.
And to add to the commentary, joining us for this terminal count and through the rest of flight, we have Alice joining us for the rest of the stream. How you doing, Alice? You looking forward to Starship V3? Finally? Not hearing you at the moment. Maybe that's technical.
How
There
about
we
this?
go.
Can you hear me? That's a bit better. Sorry, I was so excited I'd muted myself. Little squeals. I was watching the stream earlier thinking I wasn't going to be able to make it on screen. I was honestly thinking it was, we don't want to say the S word, but you know, I was thinking it wasn't going to go to plan. Things were delaying, but it's looking like we're actually going to see a launch. How exciting. Just less than 45 minutes away from seeing it go up. Ooh, I can definitely feel the excitement.
Absolutely. And we have VIPs arriving on site as well. We're going through the final minutes of the countdown now. This is when things start to get real as SpaceX is go for propellant load. Alex is, of course, going to be giving us the technical updates, going to be relaying anything, new information that we get from SpaceX. Fingers crossed that we get plenty of details. Sawyer, I don't know if there's anything in particular that you're most excited to see from SpaceX personally. We're all begging for HLS updates for that lunar lander.
I mean, yeah, that would be nice, and also kind of an update on Florida Starship, because of course the goal has been that Starbase becomes the testing ground for Starship, does all the proving and everything here, so that once it goes out to Florida, it's operational. We have one pad that is almost ready, two that are being built, so one at 39A, two over at 37, over on the Space Force side. I want to see that. I hopefully get an update on that. And of course, we need V3 to succeed here in Starbase, so then we could see it in Florida. So that is part of why today is so important. Plus, then once it's launching from Florida, that means we're going back to the moon with it.
Yes, that is the next step, the new step. Let's say Elon Musk may have his attention may have drifted from Mars to the AI data centers and building them and launching them from the moon. Whether you agree with that or not, I think it means we're going to be seeing plenty more Starship flights in the not too distant future as we pass through T-minus 42 minutes and 30 seconds in the countdown. We are about 3 minutes away from liquid oxygen starting to be loaded onto the ship. Things are starting to get very real. Our camera's getting a little bit clouded. Fingers crossed the venting subsides when it comes to liftoff. I'm pretty sure it will.
I feel like that's a really good view, actually. It gives you that real feeling of being there, doesn't it? You are that close. What is it you guys are calling this? The danger zone area?
This is the danger. I don't know if it's the official name, but we have been calling it the danger lot ever since, you know, the good old days of the suborbital hop tests. Danger Van was here. Danger Van lives. I don't think it has driven since 2023, but Danger Van still exists at our river lot. Danger Trailer is there right now, and I have to be honest, if I was in South Texas right now, I would be pretty happy to get a bit of cold vapor flowing over me to protect me and cool me down. I'm not sure about everybody else. Maybe not breathing in the liquid nitrogen. The oxygen is fine.
Yeah, it's pretty hot down there. They need to be cooling off.
Absolutely. Okay, as we continue counting down, now approaching T-minus 40 minutes, and Sawyer, like you said, this final section of the countdown, 40 minutes might sound like a long time, but it will be gone before we know it.
Absolutely. If you've ever been to a rocket launch, you know how fast this is like. But yeah, especially for a big launch like this, time flies. These 40 minutes will probably feel closer to 4 minutes, especially when you add in the fact of how propellant load is so much faster on Starship than it has even been before. The fact that we're talking just about 3 to 5 minutes longer for prop load on this massive vehicle than on a Falcon 9 is still something that I know we keep bringing it up if you've been watching for a while, because it's still so exciting for me how fast they load this up with both the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen, both in the booster and in the ship. To go from empty to super frosty in under 40 minutes is unbelievable.
I have a little update. Maybe not the news that we wanted to hear, but I was very specific when I said Jared Isaacman's aircraft, because unfortunately he has officially confirmed from the NASA admin account that he was not flying in those F5s. He's going to be watching today's flight from NASA headquarters, but nonetheless it's pretty cool to see the jets in the area, and fingers crossed when we have a successful liftoff in 39 minutes and 30 seconds time, all going well, maybe we'll get a fly past when the tank farm is safed and that blast danger area is no longer in effect. So we can only hope, but it's pretty cool to see the jets in the area nonetheless. SpaceX confirming they remain on track for a liftoff in 39 minutes and 10 seconds from now. The weather is looking spectacular, and Alice, judging by the rain clouds and the storms this morning that our field team had to bear, which we were just discussing a few minutes ago, I mean, this weather has turned out pretty much perfect. I don't think we could have asked for much better than this today.
Absolutely not. I was over at a Starbase this time last year, and I can tell you that that's kind of normal to see the changes in the weather from that torrential rain in the morning to glorious clear skies in the afternoon. So I'm really grateful to see that it's cleared up for us today. You cannot see a cloud from this view, which is definitely a good sign for us.
We're also hearing from SpaceX that they have been tracking the upper level winds, which, you know, yours truly might have been talking about earlier in the stream, looking out for that wind shear. It's getting a little bit windy up into the, kind of 15-kilometer mark. The forecast was showing 85 knot winds, which is, it's a little windy. I personally wouldn't want to be there. Starship's a little bit bigger and a little bit more robust than I am, so fingers crossed that'll be fine. But of course, that is just a forecast. That was from yesterday when I had to make that graphic. So forecasts are just predictions, and they get more and more accurate as we get closer to the actual time that they are forecasting. So that is great news. Also hearing that there are no issues downrange in the Gulf, so there's no planes or boats getting in the way. Same can be said for the Indian Ocean, which is of course where Starship will, fingers crossed, be entering Earth's atmosphere and splashing down in 1 hour and 42 minutes from now. And that is great news, because of course we want to see a launch today. We don't want anybody getting in the way. We don't want any wayward planes. We don't want any wayward boats. So we're now under that 38-minute mark. So Sawyer, we should be well into ship oxygen load at this point. I'm just looking to see if we can see any frost, but that frost line is going to be our best indicator of the kind of percentage load, isn't it, Sawyer?
Exactly, and it may take a little bit because, again, Starship is a very large vehicle that has a lot of propellant to load, so by the time it fills up to that level and gets super chilled, it does take a couple of minutes for us to actually start to see that. But again, the liquid oxygen super chilled there, so that does help make it obvious to see it, and that is starting with the ship, and then in a couple of minutes we should see the booster start loading its liquid oxygen as well, followed just a couple seconds after that by the booster starting that methane load. And again, the ship methane load starting at about 33 minutes before launch. So all of that fueling happening within a short 5-minute window there. So chat, we need you as well on Frost Watch. Keep an eye out. If you see frost, let us know. Sorry, mods, in advance.
Yes. Let us know in chat. I wonder if there's another question we can ask chat. Maybe something along the lines of, well, I don't know, where are you watching from today? Maybe that's a question we could ask. I'm sure the moderators will appreciate us posing that question as well. They love it. They love it.
It's coming in. I can see them scrolling in now. I can see Argentina just popped up, Colorado Springs, Sweden. I mean, it's going, guys, so quickly. I can't keep up. Sorry, moderators.
Yeah, the amount of support we've been getting both in the normal chat and in the super chat queue, like I said earlier, there's over 200 store messages, which we will have to get through at some point. Maybe procrastinating them wasn't the best idea, but we'll hit them at some point. We'll hit them at some point, I promise.
And don't forget the people also watching in the multi-views. We have members multi-view and behind the scenes up and running as well. For any level of member support here at NSF, we talk about how many cameras we have. If you want to see all of them, we have them.
And we have just gotten an update. SpaceX confirms propellant load is underway on Starship. So, for the very first time, Starship version 3 is being loaded with propellant for flight. Alice, everything before now has been ground testing. They've been testing this. It feels like they've been testing this so much more than they have the previous versions of Starship. Does that give you confidence that we should see a successful flight today with the months, dare I say years of ground testing we've seen ahead of today's flight?
Absolutely. I feel like they took their time with this one, and probably for good reason. Nobody wanted to see anything happen that wasn't what they classed as success. Now, SpaceX's version of success is obviously different to what a lot of people have an idea of when they're talking about things. People complained before that they didn't see things going the way they wanted it to. They think it's taking too long. I think they've taken their time with this one to make sure that they tick all the right boxes and make sure that this flight goes to plan as perfectly as possible. So yes, I'm very confident that we're seeing this now, 34 minutes out from launch time, and things are going exactly to plan for SpaceX, which is definitely a good signal for all of us.
I did it. I can't believe I did it. Jack is going to be so upset with me. I did it. We are tilting up the vehicle. We are tilting up the vehicle. And look at this vehicle. This is a brand new, completely redesigned, clean sheet design version 3 booster, with those different sized and reclocked chines for a different aerodynamic profile. You can also see some of the venting starting to drip down the side of the tower as well. Those brand new grid fins in that T formation. I keep saying it, I've tried to do this in Kerbal and failed spectacularly, so I hope SpaceX has better success than I do. The new hot stage interface, the extra tiles SpaceX seems to be testing on the leeward side of the flaps and the shiny side of the body itself, and then we get to the top. you know, Sawyer, the top of the Starship doesn't look that dissimilar to version 2. It's, you know, similar flap design and similar kind of external design. They've tweaked a few things, though, and the internals is completely different.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, the whole thing looks like it's exactly the same from the outside, but inside they've redesigned a lot of the plumbing, a lot of the positioning, where the flaps are pinned. There's a lot of little details. Of course, obviously the big one that we can see being on the outside there, the thermal protection system, those black tiles that you see that are used to help protect the stainless steel vehicle as it deals with the heating forces upon re-entry, and get those gorgeous plasma views again from the onboard cameras with views from Starlink. But that's the real test now. They've improved those flaps. Back in the day, we saw a bunch of burn through on those flaps. We saw them testing spots on the vehicle where they had tiles removed. As you could see, that is a pretty much almost entirely full heat shield for this one. I think there's maybe a tile or two missing total for testing, but the rest of it, they want this to be the final design. So it looks great.
I'm going to hand over to Alex very quickly because I think you may have give us a little insight on some of the favorite things you've heard so far from SpaceX.
Yeah, just like we're doing, they're basically overviewing all of the differences and everything, all of the upgrades. But yeah, we are just proceeding here with propellant load. We should be close to seeing, oh, well, there we go. There's the LOX frost on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship. There's, of course, about to appear, I think, also on the booster, probably. It's a bit iffy because I can see already some discoloration. But yeah, we're getting close now to all 4 tanks confirmed as frosty. So really, really, really exciting. I don't know. I have no words because we're like 31 minutes away. How many words do you want me to have? Because I'm excited. My heart rate is spiking up. It's going all the way through the roof. And my brain's just not working at this point in time.
Oh dear. Yeah. It's getting hyped. The adrenaline is flowing. We are getting closer to launch. We'll let you listen back in. Alex, do a shout if you hear anything interesting, but we are approaching the half-hour mark, 30 minutes until Starship is scheduled to launch. If you're just joining us and wondering why we're not in flight already, of course, Starship was scheduled to lift off originally with a window opening at 22:30 UTC, 17:30 local time. There's been a little bit of a slip into the window. SpaceX has pushed the T0 a couple of times, both by half an hour, so we're an hour later than we were expecting, but nonetheless SpaceX is going for it. As you can see, there is propellant flowing onto this vehicle as we speak, and Alice, we should be seeing frost appearing any second.
We're excited about the frost. I can see all of the different chats going on about the frost. Everybody is getting very, very excited to see it happening. We are at that point now where we are expecting to start to see it on the outside of the vehicle. So keep an eye out, guys. If you do see it, keep it going in the chat. Make sure we know. And I've got lots of people coming in saying, frost, frost, frost.
It is there. Yep. You could see some of the vapors there at the bottom, right by that kind of chine area there on the booster.
And on the ship.
Yeah, both of them now with frost lines.
It's almost like a blink and you miss it with Starship version 3, because quite literally, if you blink, you will miss it rising. That is how fast the propellant line rises on this mission. I mean, it's just absolutely, I'm astounded every single time I see it. You are not watching a time lapse. You are watching a live feed in real time of propellant being loaded. Hundreds of gallons per second of propellant being loaded onto ship and booster right now. That blows my mind every single time to think about it. Every single time. So as we count through 29 minutes now, we are well and truly underway on oxygen load on the ship and the booster, as well as methane load starting on the ship and the booster. The next item on the checklist is going to be engine chill on the booster and ship. That's scheduled for 21 minutes and 30 seconds before liftoff. Sawyer, what is engine chill and why does SpaceX have to do it?
Yep, so engine chill is basically thermally conditioning those engines before you start loading anything super cold through them, because they've been sitting out in the Texas air. So it's more an ambient pressure at that point. So, or ambient temperature, excuse me, at that point. So before you start loading like negative 300 degree Fahrenheit liquid oxygen and propellants, the liquid methane, into it, you want to slowly start chilling it down ahead of time. So start running some cold things through it so that it gets to temperature. So once you do start putting those super chill propellants running through it as you get ready to ignite it, it doesn't shock the engine. Because usually if something gets shocked thermally, it could crack, and cracking in engines is a very bad thing. Also, I'm hearing now that I'm craving hot dogs for some reason.
Yeah, I'm seeing some information come through. Fingers crossed, Alex will be able to give us a little bit of an update on that in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
So they confirmed what I said, that maybe they are V2 mini satellites that they have been extended and now reach the pest dispenser dimensions. Guess what? I told you they're crazy enough to do this sort of thing. They call it the Dodger dogs. I don't know why they come up with these things, but they tend to be like that. Look, we're seeing NASA flying ready to fly SLS with a Centaur. Why not just extend an already existing satellite bus to fit on the pest dispenser size, right?
If you want, I can explain the Dodger dog part. So basically, if you've ever been to a baseball game, they have hot dogs that they give out, and this is the one for the Dodgers out in Los Angeles there. So what they do is they have an extra long version of the hot dog that they sell. So it's not a normal hot dog size. It's not a normal stadium size hot dog. It's an extra long hot dog. So it sounds like that's kind of what they've done, is extra elongated these version 2s from a normal V2 Mini to an extended V2 Mini. So it's like extending a normal hot dog into a Dodger dog. I prefer the ones at Yankee Stadium, but that's just me.
As somebody who lives on the opposite side of the world from Los Angeles, and somebody who doesn't have that big of an interest in sporting events, you might be able to understand why I had no idea what they were talking about with that particular reference. But I mean, this is something SpaceX does all the time. We've seen it recently with their testing jig. They have this jig to test out the clamps on their new launch pad design. We saw it at Starbase. It recently rolled by our cameras at the Kennedy Space Center to test out LC-39A, and they named it ibuprofen. I'm sure you can figure out what that word is meant to be. But yeah, SpaceX always coming up with the whimsical names for their hardware.
Can I
With
just
the
say,
Spencer and the things, right?
yeah, they all come up with some good ones. I was going to say, as a Fenway Park fan, you know, Boston, big time. That's where my husband's from. We call them monster dogs, so you can tell that they're obviously LA Dodger fans, whoever it is that came up with that. Because if it was monster, we'd know exactly what they were talking about.
I mean, they are based in Hawthorne, California, right
Yeah,
near LA.
yeah.
So
Let them off, I suppose.
yeah.
Indeed. Okay. 25 minutes to go. The frost lines continuing to rise on ship and booster. We're looking here. If the vents don't block our view, that is, we're looking here at we were looking at the oxygen tank of the ship, seeing some venting. We've seen more intense venting today, that's certain. A little bit of dripping coming from the side of the launch tower there. Frosty pipes indeed, running all the way up to those supply lines on the ship quick disconnect you can see there. Those pipes aren't painted white. That is frost because the pipes are that cold. Beautiful wide view as well. And yeah, you can see there on the booster, well and truly getting loaded from this perspective. From
It's
the
like a
danger
time
lot.
lapse.
It is. That's what I've been saying. It is a time lapse, but it's
in
not.
real
It's
time.
real time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 38 minutes condensed into 38 minutes.
Yeah.
So you remember when we had 3 days packed in one day? 72 hours in 24 hours?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, quite literally with Starship, I mean, the very first flight, it took them pretty much the better part of 90 minutes to load this thing. And now they've got it in under 40. I mean, that is the amount of ground infrastructure to pull something like that off. The vehicle itself is impressive enough, but the ground support equipment for this new generation of Starship is equally impressive, in my opinion, because this is not an easy thing to fuel. in any way, shape, or form. This is a big machine.
Well, they built a whole new pad for it, haven't they? So they know.
Yes. And a pad in a bit more of a modular design than we saw with Pad 1. Pad 1 was kind of a slap it together at the last second and we'll just make it work. Pad 2 seems to be a bit more methodical, a bit more thought out, a bit more duplicatability, if that's even a word, put into the design, because of course they are duplicating this very launch pad design at Launch Complex 39A in Florida. They are currently working on building out the foundations and the tower base for 2 launch pads at Space Launch Complex 37, a little bit further down the road in Florida. And of course, as SpaceX has hinted to on social media, there are many more launch pads to come down the line. They're interested in some property in Louisiana to launch over the Gulf from that state, bordering state of Texas. I say bordering state, it's not exactly directly next to Starbase Texas, and also perhaps Vandenberg. I'm sure the US government will love some Starship Vandenberg flights. Beautiful blue skies though, Alice. I mean, I'm very happy with this weather.
It is. I've had a couple of people come up on the chat saying that we can see clouds. They're not real clouds though, are they? Let's be honest.
They're
That's how
wispy.
wispy they are. Exactly. That's not clouds. That's just a gathering of all the heat. That ship is not going to be deterred by a little bit of wispy clouds. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Starship versus Thin Cloud. I think I know who will win.
Yeah, of course, the main concern with those thicker cumulus clouds is that those are ones that can create lightning. Those are ones that usually are storm associated. It's not so much the rain, it's that if it flies through it, the vehicle could actually create its own lightning. And lightning plus rockets with sensitive electronics is usually not a good thing. So that's why they watch for clouds. But yeah, those thin, wispy ones are definitely not a concern for any of those cloud rules they have.
Looking through the timeline, of course, we are approaching, or should have just gone through that T-minus 21 minute 30 second engine chill mark in the countdown. Sawyer, from now on, I mean, we're pretty much just going to be coasting out until the end of the countdown, right?
I mean, define coasting. Everything is going to be...
Our heart rates are going to be racing, but in terms of the vehicle, there's not really many more objectives apart from filling up the tank.
Pretty much. At this point, it's just let the prop load continue. They're loading the methane and oxygen, both in liquid form, into both the ship and the booster at this point. And that will continue until the booster is fully loaded with propellants with a little under 3 minutes to go, and the ship finished with its propellant load at about 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go until launch. So there's really not much in the timeline at that point. Of course, everything still has to go well. It was around this time when they were doing the wet dress rehearsal yesterday that they decided to stop the test. We don't know if it was intentional or not, but that was when they stopped it yesterday. And at least, even though we've delayed an hour into the window, it seems like at that point they mentioned it was because of those upper level winds at the time that was the concern. But right now, it seems like they're still tracking 20 minutes from right about now.
There you go. Bang on, Sawyer, bang on. Ever the professional. We are hearing from SpaceX as of, this isn't, of course, real time, but as of a few seconds ago, they are at 53.2% fully loaded, not fully loaded, goodness me, half loaded on the methane tank on the ship, 62.9% on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship, 39.7% loaded on methane on the booster, and 40.7% loaded oxygen on the booster. Of course, that brand new big giga transfer tube, the Falcon 9 size transfer tube in that super heavy booster, takes a little bit of time to fill up, which is why it takes a little bit longer for the methane frost line to appear on the methane tank proper of the booster. But you rest assured, they are loading methane. We just can't see it because it's hidden inside within the oxygen, the bounds of the oxygen tank. It's not actually in the oxygen tank, of course, it's a tube. They're separated. That would be a bad day. But yeah. Oh. We are 19 minutes away from launch as things stand. Alex, everything you're seeing so far sounding good?
Yeah, apart from a 6-7, other than that,
Goodness
Lord.
gracious.
if we can get him back, but they're out there in the Indian Ocean. I think everyone's familiar. They've got the buoy cams. They've got the drones that are going to be going up. So we're going to be cutting back to them live once they get. They've been doing some practice stuff. We've been able to shoot some of this. So there you can see Seren getting those buoy boats. So they're basically out there. They're deploying these boats in the splashdown zone.
All right, everybody that's still watching my live stream. It says we got 5 people watching right now. Thank you for following, liking, and subscribing and watching. You're listening to the SpaceX feed right now, and they're going to be launching in 18 minutes and 15 seconds. So sit tight. They're showing you right now the buoys that are floating out in the middle of the ocean, out there in the Indian Ocean, that are going to have cameras on them that will film the rocket landing later. And it's dark there now, but by the time the rocket gets there, the sun will be up, so it'll be light, and you get to watch that. So I'll be on here listening. I'm listening to all you guys as you type messages in. I can see them. Feel free to do that. And right now, just so you know, when you see those 2 launch pads down in Texas, they're building 4 more in Florida. 4 more. Imagine. All right. Enjoy the commentary, and I'll chip in a little while.
That many. Fun fact, I actually hosted the live webcast for our very first launch at Pad 39A, and it was so exciting to see that come back to life. It's also exciting to see how today, almost 10 years later, the ongoing construction and development that will bring a second launch tower to Launch Complex 39A. You can see it ongoing there on your screen. It's designed to expand our capabilities to support Starship launches in the future, while also continuing to support Falcon Heavy missions from the original Apollo Shuttle Falcon launch tower.
Yeah, and we're also building a Starship launch pad at Slick 37. And to support the uptick in future launches, there's Gigabay, a giant assembly and maintenance facility designed to prep Starships ahead of Florida launches. And when complete, this huge structure aims to hold 24 work cells in over 800,000 square feet of workspace. That's 24 rockets under one roof. That's absolutely crazy.
It's going to be so many.
Yeah. So SpaceX's future in Florida is quickly taking shape with our very first launches on the horizon.
Yes, a horizon that aims for regular trips to the moon. Now, staying with the lunar conversation, we're going to head back up to Dan, who has Starship Vice President of Engineering, Bill Riley, our favorite webcast visitor, to talk about the moon.
That's right, Kate. Yeah, crashing the webcast again. Bill Riley, VP of Starship Engineering. Thanks for coming, Bill. We wanted like a couple of minutes to geek out about the moon. Like Artemis 2 just flew humans around the moon for the first time in like 50 years, more than 50 years. I personally was wildly caught up in it. I don't know how you felt about the whole thing.
Yeah, I found it really inspirational. I think part of being a spacefaring civilization is being out there exploring, and I thought Artemis 2 got us back to the moon and back exploring and being out farther than we had been before.
It's always wild when you see space stuff kind of break through into the mainstream, and like it felt like that really did it. And I mean, that's going to continue happening. We're looking at a higher cadence of missions in Artemis, and Starship's obviously going to play a pretty big role in the entire Artemis program. But like, what's kind of next on the horizon?
I think what's exciting about Artemis 3 is you'll see the landers introduced now. So maybe we're talking to NASA about doing an Earth orbit rendezvous where the Starship-based lander could be in proximity to Orion or even more. I think that's really the next step. Prove out those landers close to home in Earth orbit, and then looking ahead, going to the moon.
And we're debuting V3 now, and just some of the stuff that's now on this version of Starship is going to directly enable some of that, or it's planned to, correct?
That's right. So V3 is exciting because it really introduces it's designed to introduce all these fundamental foundational features that allow us to go out past the Earth. So for example, there's many features, but some that are visible are the docking adapters below the PES door that you'll notice on the as-built ship. And then as we look out past V3, there's other configurations of Starship. There is a tanker that takes the propellant to dock with the lander that will land on the moon. And think of the on-orbit propellant transfer as sort of like the gas station in the sky. And then that gas station will be what we call the depot.
And then the plan now and the plan's been, but it's really emphasized now. We're not just going for flags and footprints. We're talking permanent infrastructure on the moon, right?
That's right. We have to build up to that capacity. So the first landers will be, a new set of boot prints to kind of start a new generation of explorers. Then we'll build into cargo landers like you see here, maybe bringing down a rover to the surface. Some infrastructure might even be staying inside the landers. And then as we look to an even brighter future, having a permanent presence in a moon base.
Yeah, I'm ready for the moon base. I need to go to the moon. That's definitely in my. It sounds like a hell of a week-long vacation or one heck of a trip. But and I mean, this is the next step on making life multiplanetary, right?
Absolutely. It's literally the next planetary body we need to get to. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bill. I'm going to let you jump back in there as we get ready to launch this rocket. Thanks for nerding out on the moon with me for a couple of minutes. But we're not done. We got a little bit of more cool news. Stick around. Last year, the From-2 crew made history. They were the first astronauts ever to explore Earth's polar regions from space in Dragon. I got to catch up with that mission commander from that, Chun Wang. He was visiting one of the most remote places on the planet, and he
Indeed, just incredible to be one of the first humans to become an interplanetary traveler while also joining Starship's first mission to fly past the moon.
Yeah, Chun is certainly a one-of-a-kind explorer. And it's even more exciting to know everyone can join a future Starship mission.
Yeah. If what you just heard excites you, challenges you, inspires you, we'd like to hear from you. Come join our team. Be one of the people walking past us out to the lawn to watch the world's best rocket launch. Help shape the literal future of humanity. Now, we need the best and the brightest, and we need you right now.
Yeah, and we have tons of openings all across the company where we're looking for talented engineers and technicians at all of our sites, including McGregor, Texas, where we test every single one of these Raptor V3 engines behind us. Bastrop, Texas, where we build and assemble Starlink user terminals.
We also need help up in Redmond, Washington. That's Starlink's global headquarters, where, among other things, we manufacture Starlink satellites. If you like the fall weather, that might be the place for you. And as you've seen throughout today's show, there is a tremendous amount of activity happening right here at Starbase, Texas. Here and everywhere, it's all part of the incredible opportunity that we have to build the future of humanity.
Yeah, so if you're interested, visit spacex.com/careers to see these and all of our other openings.
Now, I can tell you that the crowd is certainly starting to grow. Behind us, you see the launch pad there for yourself. Once again, this is the first flight test of Starship version 3. This will be the first time that we are debuting this booster, this ship, the launch pad that you see there. And you can see people walking over my shoulder here as our colleagues are moving in masses to go watch this liftoff in just over 7.5 minutes from now. It's pretty exciting stuff.
It's pretty exciting, and as a reminder, we're only a mile and a half away here. So we are very close, about as close as you can be, and we're definitely expecting to feel it.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jake. Hi. Do we have a mic? Hello, for those of you that might not know.
How are you guys?
Welcome, Nikki. It's so nice to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh my gosh. What do you think the Barbs are going to say when they see you here at Starbase?
They better say all good things. But they're going to be excited, and they're probably going to want to come themselves next time.
I mean, anybody can come and watch the launches. It's super accessible to the public, so we welcome that.
Okay, Barbs, come on down, because this is a lot of fun. I'm excited. Is it about to happen at any minute?
So you see that number right there in the top left corner, 6.5 minutes.
6 minutes left?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, but this is historic. This is a major moment, y'all.
Yeah.
It is.
Is this your first rocket launch that you've seen live?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
How do you feel?
Very, very excited. I'm happy it's a good day. I thought it might be like...
I just noticed your shirt. You've got the right swag.
I love this shirt.
It's a great shirt. I have one as well.
And it's a great name, Starship.
I mean, how did you predict the future? Starships are meant to fly.
I do not know. But major shout out to Elon. Elon, thank you for everything that you're doing for humanity.
He's the man, for sure.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
All right, I'll see you guys
We want to
later.
watch the launch with you,
Okay, yes.
so we'll take this back because this is too loud to take outside. Wow, what a moment. And with that, great timing. We're now at 5.5 minutes. This brings us into terminal count. Dan, man, the anticipation is certainly growing here in the lobby and out on the lawn. What is it like up there?
Yeah, we are ready to go. We are getting into the final phase of our propellant loading. We are almost entirely full on ship on our main, still doing the header tanks, and we're looking well in excess of 90% of the booster, so we are looking good. Still not tracking any range.
All right, folks. So it looks like it's definitely going to go. That was Nicki Minaj. She's at Starbase and watching them. You could look at the booster right now and see where the frost lines are, let you know how much fuel is in that thing. Almost 2/3 of that Starship on top are full of fuel right now. And the booster's almost completely full right now. So, so far they're going to launch. So you'll see a big vent out of the tower, and that means they're done fueling and they're going to launch. So keep your eyes on the rocket.
Do kind of final wiggle checks. That's how we steer the rocket. We're going to do those at about T-minus 100 seconds, so a minute 40, and then once we pass the T-minus 40-second gate. If we do need to hold, that is still built in at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built into the countdown. We can pause if we need anything like those pushbacks to complete. If we need anything on the rocket to get ready, we can hold there. We'll only stop if we have an issue. Not currently tracking one. We have one item that might hold us up a little bit just based off of what we've seen in recent static fires, but that's typically only been hanging out for a couple of extra seconds.
Hey guys, let me know if the audio's loud enough for the Starship.
Past T-minus 40 seconds, a lot of things will happen in rapid succession.
Yeah, that moment is called the QD, or Quick Disconnect Vent Gate. That's when we clear all the gas commodity lines that connect the pad to the vehicles. Both the ship and the booster configure their comm systems for flight and are rapidly running leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. The booster goes to internal power and its engines get their final priming for launch, while the ship's engines begin their ascent bleed profile and arms the automatic flight safety system.
Yeah, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened, review the data, and decide if we can proceed again all the way down to T0. We estimate we have around 5 minutes of hold time there. The flame diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds, and it enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. And there's a chance we could recycle, but the closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes.
All right, we are coming up on 2 minutes. We have completed propellant loading on the booster, just shut down the fuel pump for loading onto the ship, so we're closing all of that out now. 2 minutes to go. One kind of exciting aspect to V3, we're not going to start the engines up in kind of different sets. All 33 of those Raptors going to turn on all at once. And you're going to see the booster move off the pad a whole lot quicker.
Once again, if you've just joined us, this is the first flight for version 3 of Starship. The ship, which is the upper part, the black part there at the top, the booster, which is the part below that, have been completely redesigned, as well as the launch pad that you see it sitting at, as well as the engines that power both the ship and the booster. Today's test flight is a massive step forward in our developmental program.
All right, and we're coming up here on T-minus 1 minute. So let's go to the pad and let the rocket do the talking as V3 fully comes alive.
T-minus 1 minute.
All right, so we did hit the hold at T-minus 40. Again, this is something that is built into the timeline. Not surprising, as we are doing this first flight off of pad 2. Sounds like we might already be clear. We held for a second just to make sure that the quick disconnect vents were basically ready for their final throwbacks. So we'll hang tight for a couple of seconds. I think we're about to reset, and the reset is in. Counting down, first flight of Starship V3. Psych, back to rapid recycle. All right, so hold here for a second. Looks like we're still managing some pressures in the ship quick disconnect. All right, still gonna hang out for a couple of seconds here at T-minus 40. Again, not surprising. This is new vehicle, new pad, doing all these things for the very first time. Right now we are holding, looking at some pressures in the quick disconnect, and hold reset, and we're rolling.
Flight directors, go for launch.
back to rapid recycle, so we're going to hold at T-minus 40 again. Hang tight for a second, we'll see what tripped this last one. As a reminder, we can hang out for quite a few minutes at T-minus 40 if we need the extra time. You're not actively loading propellant onto the vehicle anymore, so the main thing you're kind of keeping an eye on is all of the temperatures inside those propellant tanks. Alright, we're continuing to hang out here at T-minus 40. Team's taking a look right now at our diverter, so that water diverter underneath the system did trip a hold, but that basically just gives the team the chance to look at it, see if it's something that we need to troubleshoot in data or if it's something that we can clear this hold. So continuing to hang tight, T-minus 40 seconds. Starship and Super Heavy fully loaded on the pad. Clock is rolling.
Two 30, flight directors, go for launch.
Kick back to rapid recycle again. Again, just a reminder, said it before, new pad, new rocket, learning new things about this hardware, performing in the flight environment. Taking a look at some of the sensors on the arm that manages the quick disconnect to the ship. Promise we're not just trying to prolong the anticipation. Team's taking a look. We've got a couple more minutes where we can hang out here. Again, it's not an unlimited time to pause at T-minus 40. We're keeping an eye on the propellant temperatures inside the vehicles. So we've got probably about 3 minutes or so left of hold time. Team's taking a look at the hold that tripped on that arm for the quick disconnect on the tower. Continuing to hold, got a couple minutes to try and clear this issue. Still holding T-minus 40, still troubleshooting this issue. Probably got about a minute or a minute and a half left of hold time. Flight control team confirmed, still working through the issue. Still have a short amount of hold time still remaining. Still holding T minus 40. All right, still continuing to hold here at T minus 40. While we do that, the team's looking at temperatures of the propellant inside those tanks. We kind of check that against simulations that we've run in the past. There's some margin in those. We're still holding, no decision yet. Sounding like we have the fix in place. Hold reset, clocks is rolling. And we're back into rapid recycle. All right, we're back at our T minus 40 hold. Standing by to see what tripped us this time. All right, it is sounding like we are not going to be able to clear this issue in time today, so we are going to be standing down from a launch. So if you're just now joining us, we got the vehicle totally loaded. We hit a couple of different holds as we worked through that count. Again, new rocket, new pad. We're learning about a lot about these systems as we execute them for the first time, and we're not able to basically troubleshoot all of these issues in those final seconds to get to launch. But that essentially makes this a wet dress rehearsal. We were able to fully load the vehicles, and we're going to take the time now, figure out what tripped us up before launch, and then actually get into a flight tomorrow. We do have the ability to essentially rapidly recycle. We are expecting to be able to make another flight attempt tomorrow, but obviously stay tuned to our social media at SpaceX on X and our website, spacex.com, for updates. So no flight today. We will give it another try tomorrow.
Hey everybody, this is Kilo Oscar for Papa Delta India. What you've been watching, let me turn the sound down over here. What you've been watching over the last 3 hours plus is the setup and getting ready to launch the first version 3 Starship booster and rocket. Yeah, it's space stuff. In the words of Elon Musk, space is hard. And this was hard. So yeah, So we're not going to see a rocket launch tonight. I'm taking a quick look at. Let me look at my SAT page. We got any satellites coming up we could talk on? Yeah, RS-40. Oh, he's not coming up for 12 minutes. Yeah, bummer, but they'll do it tomorrow, Iman. They'll get it done tomorrow. A little quick word from our buddy MI7 DJT over in Northern Ireland. Good to have you on here tonight. You know, RS-44 is launching in. It's going to be flying over in about 12 minutes. Yeah, hey, that's my friend Joanna commenting there. How you doing, Joanna? Good to see you. Joanna, I know I could tell you stories about Joanna, how we met, and we became friends over the years. She used to live in Manhattan. She was the Red Cross liaison for the city of New York City. And she was down there for 9/11. And it was, she was there for 3 months serving food to all the firemen and the workers that were down there. But Joanna, don't leave. Stay here. We're going to, I'm going to do a satellite pass. In 11 minutes and 46 seconds, we're going to have a satellite going over. I'm going to try to talk to people on ham radio with that satellite. So maybe I should check and make sure my SAT screen is working. Here it is, the SAT screen. Oh, that's why I got to open up the Earth. There's all the calls I made today. I did that on the International Space Station this afternoon. Those are all the people I keep it PG, Mike. Of course it's going to be PG. Joanna's a lovely woman. She lives out in Ohio now. And, God, Joanna, we've been friends for like 30 years. Right? Yeah, I met you in the late 90s, it was. Or in 2002 we probably met. So 22, 23 years we've been friends. She's such a sweetheart. Anyway, we met in New York City, and I'll never forget, I took one of my most favorite images I ever shot. I called it Secular Communion. It was two little old ladies eating dinner together at a diner. And it was great. And we had a nice time. And yeah, and all I can say is, because she called me today when she heard about Kyle Busch passing away, and thanks for the nice intro. Yeah, it happened. Kyle Busch, what happened with Kyle Busch is this was not sudden. He had been sick for the last like 2 weeks, had some sort of infection, sinus infection or something. And I remember during the race, the truck race, which he won Saturday night, that was his last race he ever won, was at Dover, Delaware in a truck. And he told them, I'm going to need medical attention when I get in. And they had a doctor there for him, gave him IVs, stuff like that. But he ended up going into the hospital this morning pretty sick. And he never made it out. And it's just, I feel so bad for his wife, Samantha, for Braxton, who looked up to his dad like a god. And they were making plans on racing in races together. Oh, she's a very nice lady. I think Joanna's definitely a sweetheart. Like I said, I've known her for over 20 years. She was really sick for a while and had to get a second hip replacement. And she was bedridden for about a year. And I would call her during the day and check on her and make sure she's all right and need anything. And one day I'm watching a NASCAR race and she says to me, "What's that? What are you watching on TV?" I said, "I'm watching NASCAR." She goes, "What's NASCAR?" I said, "It's car racing. And it's on NBC right now." So she switched over to NBC and she saw it. And the first words out of her mouth were, "Oh my God, look at all the pretty colors." Her favorite driver was Kevin Harvick. He drove the number 4 for Richard Childress Racing. He took, now Kevin Harvick, if you don't know anything about Kevin Harvick, when Dale Earnhardt died, the next week Kevin Harvick was racing that car. He was put in as the racer after Dale Earnhardt passed away. So a lot of pressure is an understatement. And he ended up winning his first race and the third race of the season in Atlanta. And it was incredible. But she loved Kevin Harvick. So I went out and I bought her a number 4. What was the number? what was Kevin? Oh, 29. The number 29 Reese's Peanut Butter Cup car. And I bought that for her. And I happened to, at the same time, get my first job taking pictures at a NASCAR race. And I made a point of going into Kevin Harvick's pit after the race and grabbing a couple of lug nuts. And I gave them to her. And she kept them as good luck charms. She probably still has it. When she finally went in for her hip operation, she told them, I'm going to wear this lug nut around my neck for good luck. And she had it around her neck when she got her operation. And we were friends ever since. So good stuff. She really liked my girlfriend back then. She wasn't my girlfriend. We were just friends. But she really liked my girlfriend, Christine, at the time. And yeah, we stayed close ever since. Anyway, I hope you still have that lug nut, Joanna. You still wear it on a necklace? I thought that was so cool that you did that. I know she probably still has the 29 Reese's Peanut Butter Cup car. Oh, yeah. Kevin had, and when he won in Atlanta, he was a basket case. And, you know, a lot of people don't, I knew all about Kevin Harvick long before he raced there because there was a TV show called Behind the Scenes, was it called the Nationwide Series back then? Yeah, and they would follow drivers around for the whole week before a race and film everything. And Kevin and Delana Harvick were in there. And I'll tell you, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think they were going to make it. I thought they'd get divorced. Turns out they're still together, and they had their own truck team for a while. They ran Kevin Harvick Incorporated, and yeah. Oh, you do still have it. Good. I'm glad, Joanna. I'm glad you still have it. Anyway, I'm just killing time now. We got 6 minutes before RS-44 rises. Let's show you a little something for you uninitiated people that don't know about satellites. Well, what happens is in ham radio, we can take our radios and transmit into space to satellites that are orbiting the Earth. And the satellite will retransmit my signal. Now, right now, RS-44, if I can find it, is probably about between 700 and 900 miles above the Earth. So imagine if my antenna was 700 or 900 miles up in space, and I could transmit from there. Just think of the footprint, how big I could get. So literally, this pass is going to be 36 degrees above the horizon. Let's set the page up for it. You see the radio there on the left. You can see my antennas and the Earth. If you look at the Earth, you see there's a yellow cone emanating from Florida. Well, that's where I live. That is where my antenna on the tower is pointing right now. You see that on the top left image? That's a 50-foot tower in my backyard, and those antennas are on top of that. And when the RS-44 satellite comes over, they're going to track and follow the satellite through the air and trace it. Now, for the uninitiated, when I transmit to this satellite, a jeweler wanted to buy it. Wow. Cool. The lug nut? I can't believe it. Why would you want the lug nut? Anyway, so the antennas are going to track the satellite through the sky as it goes over me. So the satellite is going to rise due north of me. That's what this little window up here is showing you. You have the green dot. That's where the satellite's going to rise on the horizon. Imagine you're standing over my house looking down at me. I'm standing in the middle. That's where I am. And the satellite is going to come through the sky above me like this. And it's going to set southeast of me. And it's going to rise due north of me. And this box you see here, this is where the antenna is pointing right now. Now, when it's 1 minute and 30 seconds away from me, the antenna will start to move and end up pointing right over here at this green dot. The little white triangle you see right there, it's going to look like a diamond when it comes out over here. That is the actual satellite where it is right now. So it's not over me right now. It's still below the horizon, about 8 degrees below the horizon, and it's going to rise. These lines you see here, these blue lines, these are the track that the satellite is going to take. So it's coming down from the Arctic right here. It's going to come down. Florida's right here. You can see it right there. That little plus sign is my house. I'm going to track it through the sky, and then the next orbit, it's going to go here, come back up here, and then come across over here. It'll come down this line. That's each orbit as it goes around the Earth. So you could see on this picture here, on the left, the Earth here, you can see the red circle right above. Let's tilt it down. This is the footprint of that satellite right there, the red circle. When that red circle hits this yellow cone, it's going to turn green. That means the satellite is above me. The cone is going to turn and point right at, this is the satellite right here, this little red dot. Can't see it that well because it's on a small screen, but trust me, that is the satellite. And this is a linear satellite. Now, I've been having trouble with linear satellites. I think I may have that problem solved. So, switch the mic to the right radio. Get my headphones. We're about 2 minutes away from the rise of the RS-44 satellite, which is one of my favorites because it's so high. I have gotten DX contacts. In other words, I've talked to people in Venezuela, Brazil, on this satellite. So we'll see how it goes. Now, the antenna has begun to move. Started moving early. Oh, look at that. It's starting to move over there. You can see the cone is twisting around on the Earth picture right here. It's going to point directly at this satellite right here when it gets there. And then as the satellite passes over my house, it's going to track it through the sky. And I am going to get the headphones on and get ready. Let's turn on the preamp and turn up the volume. You can hear the radio in the background. Now, when you see the radio, you see the frequencies are changing and they're bouncing around. That's called the Doppler effect. As the satellite moves towards me, it's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour. It's moving towards me. It's compressing the frequencies before the satellite. So you have a higher frequency when the satellite is coming towards you. As the satellite passes you, those frequencies then spread out and the frequencies go down. That is called the Doppler effect. And that's why the radio consistently adjusts for the Doppler effect. Just checking right now. We have 6 people watching. Ooh, welcome aboard, everybody. Like and subscribe and hit the bell and the thumbs up. There is the chirp. That means the RS-44 satellite is above the horizon right now. And any second now, you will see that circle where the cone, the yellow cone is. That circle will turn green just then. It just did right there. So now here's the satellite. Can you see this? Yeah. Here's the satellite, this little dot right here. And here's where my antennas are pointing. And the satellite's going to move right into it. And then these are going to track through the sky. And if you look at the picture of the antenna, you can see it's pointing in the complete other direction now. There you go, right there. That's where it is. And it's going to slowly begin to rise and turn to the right. And it'll track the satellite through the sky. So eventually it'll be pointing in the complete opposite direction as the satellite sets on the horizon. I got the music on again. What's the matter with me? All right, so are you ready? We're going to do this. Here comes RS-44. We're going to start talking on it. Let's go. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. Do I have everything right? Yeah, hooked up there. Yep. All right, it should work. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. Nothing yet. When I know I'm hitting it right, you will see my voice on the waterfall of the radio. So right here in the center line, right here, you'll start to see something on there. You don't right now. I can turn this down a little bit so it'll be a little bit more easy to see. Make sure I got my preamp on. Yep. Preamp is on. Okay, so right here is when I start talking and you'll hear my voice coming back. It'll sound a little R2D2. It'll sound a little weird, but that means I'm hitting the satellite and I'm hearing my voice bouncing off of the satellite. I got the music I caught it that time, Ed. Thank you. Thanks. Kilo, Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. Nothing yet. We're only 6 degrees above the horizon to the north. So we're pointing our antenna into the trees right now. There's somebody talking. I'm going to move off the center frequency and start calling CQ. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite. Yeah, still got obstructions in the way. My tower is about 50 feet high and very low to the horizon to the north. I got a lot of trees, so a little tough. Got to wait for it to come up a little bit higher. According to the Geochron, the RS-44, which is right in the middle of this screen up top, that satellite is 800 miles or so in the air. So that's how high it is. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. Now, one thing this satellite has, and one time I did make a QSO on it, is there is FT4 being transmitted. For the uninitiated, FT4 is digital communications over ham radio. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. There's other people talking. Maybe we'll just tune up to them. What's this guy talking? It's hard to tune him in. CQ satellite. Not good. Let me get another spot. This is Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India. What was your call sign again?
Again, kilowatt something.
Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, KO4 PDI.
Okay, we got you. KO4 PDI from N1LPA. November 1, India, Papa Alpha. Foxtrot, November 5-3. Back to you, Mike, from N1LPA.
N1IPA, I gotcha. James in Maine. Am I correct?
Roger.
Nice connection from Florida to Maine. You can't get much further north and south than that.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, man. 73. You have a wonderful day. Thanks for coming back to me. He's going to keep making calls there. Somebody's doing, this is CW. I don't know CW. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99. This is Mike in Palm Coast, Florida, calling CQ. I know people are on here that don't know ham radio. CQ just means, hey, I want to talk to somebody. Talk to me. Give me your call sign. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ Satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. This is Mike in Palm Coast, Florida, KO4 PDI. Ooh, the satellite just died. It went real quiet like that. What people don't understand about RS-44 is it never separated from the booster that sent it up into orbit. And it's been flying with the booster attached to it. So if that booster moves between you and your antenna and its antenna, you're not getting anything. And this is what happens. It calms down completely. We say CQ so we don't sound desperate. This is a long pass, too. I'm starting to see signals coming back. Let's see if we can tune some of them in.
This is November 3, Papa uniform, Foxtrot, November 00.
November 3, Papa Sierra uniform. Charles, this is Mike, KO4 PDI in Palm Coast, Florida. You copy me, Charles?
Yeah, we hear you out there, Mike. How's it going?
It's going great. I had bad news today. I heard that Kyle Busch passed away. That was sad. But and then we got a guy here stepping on us. But I got you, and I got you in the book there, sir. You have a great day.
Yeah, we hear you out there. There's a lot of people there with you, but we got you there. No problem.
For those listening on YouTube, he's in Pennsylvania.
Hey, 7-3 from November 3, Papa uniform. November 00. Have a great day, Mike. Talk to you again. 7-3.
Roger. Good talking to you, Charles. Have a great day. 73. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ Satellite, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99, CQ Satellite. CQ Satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, calling CQ Satellite, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99. Oh, and for the other people on here that don't know what the Echo Lima 99 is, it's EL99 is the grid square where I live. That is the entire planet has been diced up into grid squares dealing with latitude and longitude, and mine happens to be EL99JN is the 6-digit version. And with that number, people can find out exactly where I live. Just look at a map and find a grid square. Or you can use an app for that too. Oh, my stupid clock. It's got an alarm on. That's the beeping you hear in the background. It's going to go crazy in a second. I can't shut it off. I haven't figured out how to shut it off except take the batteries out. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. You can see by the antenna where it's pointing. Show you this again. You see now it's pointing up and to the right. That's pointing right at the satellite right now. So let me see if I can make a couple of more QSOs here. That's Charles again. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ Satellite. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, KO4 PDI. Don't mind that beeping in the background. It'll stop in a second. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India calling CQ RS-44, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99, CQ Satellite. Oh, beeper, stop beeping. Station tuning up. This is Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India. Why don't you answer me? KO4 PDI, I hear you. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99. Oh man, why can't I hear these people? That's Charles again. That guy's doing CW. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite, KO4 PDI, Echo Lima 99. If you look at the geochron, it's kind of crowded, but you can see the big circle to the right of KO4 PDI here. That is the RS-44. So right now we got Brazil, Venezuela, Mexico, Panama, all within the footprint. So we should find Virgilio on here somewhere. Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite, CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite. Yeah. CQ satellite, Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, Echo Lima 99, CQ satellite. Yeah, it's fading fast now. I'm not going to get anybody else on here, but I got a couple. I'm happy we got 2 calls on here. And I'll be putting that up to my logbook. Let's turn the volume down on here and say goodnight. Good night, Gracie. Good night. What time is it? Oh, it's 8 o'clock. There is a net right now. Let me switch my radio to that net. There we go. Okay. Hey guys, KO4 PDI late, but I got here. I'm actually streaming live on Facebook. I just did an RS-44 pass, and I said, "Oh my God, it's after 8. The net's going on. Let me jump over there and stream it live." Tell everybody on YouTube where we are and how they can get to you. So tell us all about your Thursday night. What is it called? Black Sheep Club net. Yeah, Roger. I just finished the SAT pass, and I didn't tell it to go point back at you. I'm going to do that right now, and it should get much better any second. I do attempt 6 meters when it's open. I think I got an FT8 contact on 6 meters yesterday when that was open. So, yeah, that was good. But you notice there's no hiss anymore. I think I fixed the problem. Well, my good friend Greg, K6EGG out in California, who's an audio engineer for TV, told me to get these IMP ground lifters made by Whirlwind. And I bought 3 of them, and I had them on the box. That's the switch box, and it didn't do anything. And I said, what the heck? Let me just put it right where the mic comes out of the radio. I'll put it right there and see if it helps. And it did. It helped. I put it on the 9700 mic, and it works great. I haven't tried it on the 7610. I'll try that in a little while, but I got another one to put on that one if I need it there. So I think I got it fixed. No, XLR plug has 3 conductors. And what it does is one of them is ground. And what this does is it separates the ground so you don't have the connection between the 2 radios on the same ground. And that, I think, is what solved the entire issue because it's plugged in right now. And I was just doing sideband on RS-44 and there was no noise at all. And as soon as I took it out, the noise was back. So it was, if anybody's listening and doesn't know what I'm talking about, it was probably the loudest distortion I would hear, but only on sideband, not on FM or not on anything else. And it confused the hell out of me because whether I was doing HF radio on the 7610 or I was doing 2 meter 70 centimeter on the 9700, I would get this loud hiss whenever I tried to do sideband. So this seems to have fixed it. I do have an SDR Play. I don't have it hooked up right now, but I do have one of those. And what else do I had, well, I got the G90, but it's an SDR radio, but it's not like just a listening radio. It's a transceiver. But what is it called? Hold on, I'll get the name for you. It's the SDR Play, and I've had it since Hamcation 2 years ago. I bought it, and I've been messing around with it here and there, but yeah, it works great. I just got to find another antenna for it. Oh, you're talking about Elecraft and those type of radios. No, I don't have anything like that. But I do have the 7610, which is also an SDR radio. And the 9700 is also SDR. It's, I don't know, it's just, but the SDR Play is so I can monitor other frequencies and stuff while I'm transmitting with the other radio. But works great. So that's my buddy Ben. Ben forgot more about radio than I'll ever know. And if I ever have a problem, I can ask him and he'll help me out. Yeah, it was pretty hot today, but I took Goldie to the dog park where there's a lot of shade, and it wasn't bad in the shade. Toward the evening, we got a nice breeze blowing. Oh, yeah, I know. I've heard it. I felt it.
Anybody else, anybody anywhere within the sound of my voice, wishing to check in. Don't be bashful. Come on now. We'll end this net. Call it NN. Appreciate those.
So you can look at the Earth now. That's the antenna pointing at Ben's house.
I'm looking forward to more people, hopefully. But we know how that goes. But nevertheless. Anyway, thanks for checking. We'll look for you next Thursday. Same time, same channel. And hopefully there'll be a little bit more to offer here. This is KB4JD.
Thank you for running the net, Ben. You have a great night. 73 KO4 PDI. I'll be clear. QRT. All right, we're out of here. Been streaming for hours. My computer's going, hey, can I take a break? You got to give me a dinner break. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you enjoyed that while it lasted. I had a good time doing the launch that never happened, and we got 6 people here. Do me a favor, hit the like and subscribe, and hit the bell so you know when I go live. All right. This is Kilo Oscar 4 Papa Delta India. That's KO4PDI, the ham radio fun guy, Mike in Palm Coast, Florida, saying good night, everybody. And remember, don't do anything I wouldn't do, at least not without me. All right. 73 KO4 PDI clear.